The wind on the slopes of Mount Lykaon was a liar. It whispered through the black pines with the gentle promise of a summer shower, yet it carried the ice-toothed bite of the high peaks, a cold that seeped through Lykaon's hide tunic and into his bones. He ignored it. He had been ignoring it for 2 days, just as he ignored the gnawing hunger in his belly and the burn of his overstrained muscles. His world had shrunk to the scent of damp earth, the glint of sun on stone, and the tracks of the great stag. It was a ghost, this beast, older than the gnarled olive trees in the valley below, with a rack of antlers as wide as a warrior's shield. Its hoofprints were deep and sure, a testament to a weight and power that had eluded every hunter from his village of Olanos for a generation. Meat was scarce. The long, dry summer had driven the game higher, and this stag would feed the village for a week. More than that, its hide would make a winter cloak for his mother, whose cough grew worse with every passing season. Lykaon moved with a fluid grace that belied his rough-spun appearance. His spear, a simple shaft of fire-hardened ash tipped with a leaf-shaped bronze head, was an extension of his arm. He was not a hoplite from the grand cities of the south, clad in gleaming bronze and trained in the phalanx. He was a hunter. His shield was the terrain. His breastplate was silence. He crept to the edge of a granite outcrop, peering down into a small, secluded meadow, where a stream, born from mountain snows, trickled through clumps of wild lavender. And there it was. The stag stood knee-deep in the stream, its head bowed to the water. Its coat was the color of rich earth, its massive neck a column of pure muscle. Lykaon's heart gave a single hard thump against his ribs. He unslung the leather cord from his shoulder, its end expertly knotted to the base of his spear. A throwing thong to give him the range and power he needed. He slid it onto his fingers, wound it tight around a shaft, and slowly, deliberately began to rise. His muscles coiled, his eyes fixed on the spot just behind the stag's shoulder. He drew in a silent breath, the cold air stinging his lungs. The world held its breath with him. The lying wind died. The chirping of insects ceased. Then the ground bucked. It was not the familiar tremble of a passing earthshaker. This was a violent, sickening lurch, as if the mountain itself were a beast trying to throw a rider. Lykaon was thrown from his feet, his chin cracking hard against the granite. The stag, with a bellow of pure terror, exploded from the stream and vanished into the pines. Lykaon's spear clattered uselessly onto the rocks. He scrambled for purchase as the world shook again, a deep, grinding groan rising from the very foundations of the earth. He pushed himself up, tasting blood. He looked to the sky, and the breath he was about to curse with froze in his throat. The brilliant blue of the afternoon was gone, swallowed by a bruised purple stain that bled out from the zenith. As he watched, the purple deepened to the color of a day-old wound, a horrific, bloody crimson that painted the rocks and trees in the hues of slaughter. The sun, once a golden deity, was now a sickly, pale eye staring through a veil of blood. This was no natural event. This was the language of the gods, and it was a scream. Abandoning all thought of the hunt, Lykaon ran. He vaulted over fallen rocks and scrambled down scree slopes, his hunter's grace replaced by a desperate urgency. The unnatural twilight deepened, and the silence of the mountain became a heavy, pressing weight. The birds did not sing. The cicadas were dumb. It was as if all life, save him, had been scared into oblivion. He saw Olonos from the last ridge, nestled in its small, terraced valley. Panic was a tangible thing, a haze of motion and distant shouts that drifted up to him. He half ran, half slid down the final slope, bursting into the village's single dusty lane. People milled about in stunned confusion, their faces pale and frightened under the sanguine sky. His mother, Lyra, rushed to him, her thin hands gripping his arm. "Lykaon, by the gods, what is happening?" "I don't know," he said, his eyes scanning the chaos. The tremor had been felt here too. A long, jagged fissure had split the packed earth of the village square, running from the communal well to the base of the small, weathered shrine dedicated to the local spirits. The well water itself, normally sweet and clear, was now murky and brown. An elder, Lycomedes, his face a mask of grim certainty, pointed a trembling finger at the sky. "This is a sign of wrath," the old man rasped, his voice thin as autumn leaves. "Air stirs. I have not seen a sky like this since the Spartan wars laid waste to Messenia. This is the color of a battlefield after the crows have had their fill." Night fell, but it brought no relief. The bloody stain in the sky did not fade, it simply darkened, leaving the moon to hang like a polished skull in a pool of ink. No one slept. They gathered in small, huddled groups, the flicker of their cook fires casting long, dancing shadows. The air grew thick, heavy with a strange metallic tang, the smell of ozone and freshly spilled blood. Then they came. They did not arrive with a thunderclap or a flash of divine light. One moment, the center of the village was empty, save for the crackling fire. The next, they were there. 2 of them. They were tall and broad, clad in armor the color of a starless midnight, pitted and scarred as if it had seen 1,000 years of war. The armor seemed to writhe, the shadows upon it shifting like smoke. One radiated a cold, creeping dread that settled in the pit of the stomach. It was the fear of the unknown, the terror of the dark woods, a quiet horror that made the villagers' hands tremble and their knees feel weak. The other was a different terror altogether. He was the embodiment of heart-pounding panic, the wild, shrieking flight from the predator's charge. His presence made the breath catch, made the heart hammer as if trying to escape the cage of the ribs. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, the twin sons and attendants of the god of war. They paid no mind to the gasping villagers who scrambled back from their presence. Their gaze, burning with a cold internal fire, swept the crowd and settled with unnerving finality on Lykaon. Terror, Deimos, beckoned, a single sharp gesture with a gauntleted hand. Lykaon felt his feet move, not entirely of his own volition. He walked forward, his hand gripping the smooth ash wood of his spear, the only comfort in a world that had suddenly tilted into nightmare. He stopped before them. They towered over him, their sheer presence of physical force. The whisper of their voices was not heard with his ears, but felt inside his skull, a chilling, intimate intrusion. "The Aikme is gone," said Phobos, his mental voice a creeping frost. "The heart of our father's power, stolen from the celestial armory. Vanished, added Deimos, his voice a sharp-edged shard of panic. Torn from its place, the world feels its absence. The very nature of conflict is unraveling. Lykaon could only stare. The spear of Eris, a weapon of myth, said to have been forged in the heart of a dying star and quenched in the river Styx. A weapon that didn't just kill, but commanded the very essence of war. Why are you here? Lykaon managed, his voice a dry croak. The thief was clever, Phobos explained, the cold dread in Lykaon's mind intensifying. He has hidden it where the gaze of Olympus cannot easily follow, a place shielded from our full power. To seek it directly would be to declare a war that would unmake the heavens. We need a mortal hand, Deimos hissed, one to move in the shadows, one to retrieve what was lost before it is claimed. Lykaon shook his head, a gesture of disbelief. Me? I am a hunter, a nobody from a forgotten village. Sparta and Athens are filled with heroes, with kings and champions. Why me? The empty helms of the twin gods seemed to focus on him, their unseen eyes peeling back the layers of his soul. Achilles fights for glory, Phobos' voice echoed in his thoughts. Odysseus fights with cunning for his own gain. The Spartans fight for the perfection of their state. They all seek to use war, to bend it to their will. Our Father despises this. He is the god of war, not the god of mortal ambition. You, continued Deimos, you fight as the wolf fights, for the pack, for the kill, for the necessity of blood and bone. There is no glory in your heart, no greed, only the pure, unthinking spirit of the warrior. It is this quality that will allow you to hold the Aikme without being consumed by it. You are to be its vessel, not its master. The logic was terrifying, absolute. They were not offering him a choice. They were stating a fact. A cold weight settled in Lykaon's gut. This was not an honor. It was a death sentence. Who took it? He asked. A wave of pure menace emanated from the two gods. We do not know. A rival, a titan spawn, a mortal king drunk on hubris. Many desire what it offers. They are already searching. The scent of its power is a lure to all that is monstrous and greedy in this world. Phobos reached out, his gauntleted fingers unfurling. In his palm lay a shard of black metal, jagged and sharp-edged, that seemed to drink the firelight. He pressed it into Lykaon's hand. It was impossibly cold, a sliver of ancient ice. A fragment from the God Forge, the voice of fear explained. It will grow warm when you are near the spear's trail. The trail begins in darkness. Go south to the ruins of Mycenae. Beneath the lion gate, in the labyrinth of bones, a whisper was heard. The thief passed that way. And then, as silently as they had appeared, they were gone. The shard of God-forged metal lay in his palm, a void that drank the light and warmth from his skin. For a long moment after the twin gods vanished, a profound silence held Olenos captive, deeper and more absolute than the unnatural quiet on the mountain. Then the spell broke. A woman sobbed. A child, sensing the collective fear, began to wail. The villagers surged back from the empty space, their whispers a rising tide of panic and awe. Like Amidst with the first to find his voice, the old man shuffled forward, his eyes fixed not on Lykaon, but on the fissure in the earth. "They have marked you, boy," he rasped, his voice trembling with a terrible reverence. "The messengers of the slaughter lord. This is a burden laid upon our village. You cannot refuse it." His gaze finally lifted to meet Lykaon's, and there was no pity in it, only the stark fear of a man who sees the shadow of a hawk and knows the chickens are no longer safe. Lyra pushed through the crowd, her face a bloodless mask in the firelight. She did not speak of gods or burdens. She gripped Lykaon's free hand, her knuckles white. "No," she whispered, the word of fragile defense against an avalanche. "He is a hunter, not a hero. He is my son." Lykaon looked from his mother's desperate face to the hard, frightened eyes of his neighbors. He saw their fear, but he also saw the dawning of a desperate hope. In their eyes, he was no longer just Lykaon, the boy who could track a boar for 3 days. He was their shield, their offering to a wounded and wrathful god. To refuse would be to draw that wrath down upon them all. He was already separate from them, anointed by terror and dread. "I have to go," he said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. He crawled his fingers around the cold shard, the sharp edges digging into his palm. The pain was a small, solid thing in a world that had become a nightmare. It was real. He did not leave in a blaze of glory. There were no songs, no garlands of laurel. He left in the bruised pre-dawn light under the same bloody sky. His preparations were stark and swift. He filled a water skin from the now settled well, its water still tasting of disturbed earth. He took a small sack of hard barley cakes and dried goat meat. He sharpened the bronze head of his hunting spear on a whetstone until it could shave the hair from his arm. His mother watched him in silence, her hands twisting in the fabric of her worn peplos. As he slung his pack over his shoulder, she pressed something into his hand. It was a small, crudely carved wooden wolf, worn smooth with years of handling, a charm his father had made for him when he was a boy. "So you remember the way back to the pack," she said, her voice thick. "I'll come back," he promised, the words feeling thin and hollow. She touched his cheek, her hand rough with work and trembling slightly. "Live, Lykaon. Just live." He turned and walked away without looking back. He knew if he did, he might not have the strength to keep going. The path south was a familiar one, the same dusty track used by traders and shepherds, but it felt alien under the sanguine heavens. The world was muted. The greens of the olive groves and the golds of the uncut fields stained a sickly ochre. The air still carried that coppery tang, a constant reminder of the wound in the sky. On the second day of his journey, as he crossed the parched plains of Argos, he saw the unraveling that Deimos had spoken of. He came upon 2 goat herds, their flocks mingling by a nearly dry stream. They were screaming at each other, their faces contorted with rage. An argument over a stray kid had escalated into accusations of theft, of cursed bloodlines, of insults against their ancestors. They circled each other, armed with their heavy crooks, spittle flying from their lips. It was a stupid, pointless rage, a fire with no fuel. Lykaon skirted them wide, melting into the rocks like a hunter avoiding a pair of battling rams. He did not have the time or the heart to intervene. This was the new music of the world, a low thrum of discord, turning neighbors into enemies. Mycena rose from the plain like the bones of a dead giant. Lykaon had heard tales of the ancient fortress built by the Cyclops for the cursed kings of old, but the stories had not prepared him for the reality. The walls were a staggering construction of massive, irregular stone blocks, fitted together with a precision that seemed beyond mortal hands. They were a monument to a forgotten age of power and brutality. He found the Lion Gate at dusk. Two great lionesses, their heads long lost to time or plunder, were carved in relief above the immense lintel. They stood as silent, mutilated guardians to a place of ghosts. The air here was heavy, laden with the weight of centuries, with the memory of triumphs and betrayals that had shaped the world. He stood before the gate, a boy from a tiny village before the tomb of an empire. He pulled the shard from the leather pouch at his belt. In the open air, it had remained inert, a sliver of absolute cold. But here, in the shadow of the great gate, a faint, resonant hum vibrated up his arm. It was not warmth, but a lessening of the cold, a subtle shift that was more feeling than temperature. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. It was a pull, a faint but insistent tug, not toward the grand entrance, but to the left, along the base of the Cyclopean wall, where rubble and wind-blown earth had piled up over generations. He followed the feeling, his free hand tracing the rough, lichen-spotted surface of the ancient stones. The hum grew stronger, the shard in his hand now feeling less like ice and more like cool river stone. The pull led him to a place where the great wall had settled and a section of the foundation had sheared away, likely from the same tremor he had felt on the mountain. Behind a thick curtain of thorny gorse was a fissure, a dark, jagged wound in the earth not much wider than his shoulders. A draft of stale, cold air breathed from it, carrying a scent of deep dust and something else, something acrid and unsettlingly sweet, like old bones and dried rot. The hum from the shard was now a palpable thrumming against his palm. This was the place. He took a long, slow breath, his hunter's senses on fire. He was trading the bloody sky for a darkness that promised to be just as unnatural. He pulled a strip of linen and a small flask of olive oil from his pack. He wrapped the cloth tightly around the head of his spear and soaked it. With his flint and steel, he struck a spark. The flame caught, sputtering at first, then blooming into a steady, golden light. The torchlight painted the gorse in flickering oranges and pushed back the first few feet of shadow within the fissure. The passage slanted steeply down, its walls a mix of raw, broken earth and the squared-off foundation stones of the fortress above. He held the torch forward. The light fell upon a cascade of rubble and earth, and among the stones were other shapes. The curved arch of a rib cage, the unmistakable globe of a human skull, its empty sockets staring into the darkness. Another, and another. The labyrinth of bones. It was not a name born of myth, but of simple, horrifying truth. This was no hero's entrance. It was a grave, a forgotten catacomb torn open by the world's convulsions. He secured the shard back in his pouch, gripped his torch spear, and took the first step down into the cold, silent dark of Mycenae's secret heart. The world above vanished, and his journey truly began. The air that met him was a physical presence, a cold, dead thing that had not stirred for 1,000 years. It tasted of powdered stone and the dry, mineral scent of ancient remains. His torch flame wavered, casting huge, dancing shadows that made the walls of bone seem to heave and writhe. The passage was a chute of broken earth and skeletal debris, sloping down into a darkness his small fire could not fully penetrate. He moved with a hunter's caution, testing each footstep, his spear held low. The silence was absolute, broken only by the scrape of his sandals on loose rock and the soft hiss of the burning oil. The initial chute opened into a wider space, a natural cavern that had been expanded by human hands. Here, the sheer scale of the catacomb became terrifyingly clear. Skulls and bones were not merely scattered, they were stacked like firewood along the walls in deep, orderly alcoves carved from the rock. Femurs, ribs, and vertebrae formed intricate, macabre patterns, reaching up into the oppressive gloom. This was not a tomb for kings, but a final, anonymous resting place for thousands, soldiers, slaves, plague victims, their stories all ground down to the same pale dust. The collective weight of their forgotten lives pressed down on him, a sorrow so old and vast it was almost a physical force. He pulled the god-forged shard from its pouch. The thrumming was stronger now, a steady, resonant pulse against his skin. It guided him past the silent galleries of the dead, leading him deeper into the earth. The path was not a single tunnel, but a bewildering network of them, some man-made and brick-lined, others raw fissures in the rock. Without the shard's guidance, a man could wander in this darkness until he became just another set of bones on the floor. He found the first clear sign of the thief's passage in a long, straight corridor lined with crumbling burial urns. A single urn had been toppled and shattered. Its chalky contents, the ashes of some long-dead Mycenaean lord, were spilled across the floor. But mixed in with the gray dust was a scattering of fine black grit that seemed to absorb the torchlight. Lykaon knelt, holding his flame close. The grit wasn't sand or stone. It shimmered with a faint, oily iridescence, like the scales of a moray eel. He touched a grain of it with his fingertip. It was slick and carried a strange, static charge that made the hairs on his arm prickle. A residue of power, alien and profound. The thief had brushed against the urn as they passed, leaving this faint, otherworldly spore. The shard pulsed, pulling him onward. The tunnels grew rougher, the air thicker. A new scent joined the dry smell of bone, a damp, fungal odor, the smell of rot and stagnant water. He came to a place where the floor had collapsed into a lower level. A chasm, perhaps 10 feet across, blocked his path. A crude bridge of rotting timbers spanned the gap, clearly a recent addition. On the far side, the tunnel continued, but below, in the darkness of the chasm, something glistened. He held his torch over the edge. The light fell upon a pool of black, still water. Floating on its surface, pale as mushrooms, were more bones. But something else lay half submerged near the far edge. It was a carcass, immense and reptilian, its gray-green hide blistered and peeling from its bloated form. A thick, leathery wing, torn and mangled, lay draped over a rock. Its head was mostly submerged, but he could see the curve of a long, serrated jaw.
It was a Lernan hydra, one of the lesser brood. Its blood, a viscous black ichor, seeped from a dozen deep wounds, staining the water around it. The beast was dead, but it had not died easily. It had been killed by something that had passed this way before him. A cold knot formed in Lykaon's stomach. Whatever had killed this monster was what he was pursuing. He looked at the flimsy bridge. The thief had crossed it. He had no choice but to follow. He took a steadying breath, placed his foot on the first plank, and began to cross, his eyes fixed on the far side, refusing to look down at the dead thing in the water. He was halfway across when he heard it. A soft, dry slithering. A sound like 1,000 pebbles being poured onto a stone floor. He froze. The sound had come from the tunnel ahead. He held his breath, listening. The labyrinth returned to its profound silence. Perhaps it was just settling rock. He took another cautious step.
The slithering came again, closer this time. It was accompanied by a faint, rhythmic clicking. Lykaon, every instinct screamed. He was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. He leaped the last few feet to the solid ground of the far ledge, spinning around, his spear leveled. The torchlight illuminated the empty tunnel ahead. Nothing. He backed away slowly, his eyes scanning the deep shadows. The shard in his pouch was still humming, its pull directed straight ahead. But now a new sensation accompanied it. A high, thin vibration of warning. He kept moving backward, foot by careful foot. The clicking started again, now seeming to come from all around him. It echoed strangely, a dry, brittle sound that scraped at the nerves. Then he saw it. At the far end of the tunnel, a shadow detached itself from the other shadows. It was low to the ground, and it moved with an unnatural fluidity. As it slid into the torchlight, Lykaon's blood ran cold. It was a serpent, but like nothing he had ever seen or heard of in any tale. It was immense, its body as thick as his thigh, and it was made entirely of bone. Vertebrae of countless creatures, men, wolves, great cave bears, were linked together to form its body, clicking and scraping as it moved. A cage of human ribs formed its torso, and within it, a pale phosphorescent light pulsed with a sickly rhythm. Its head was the skull of a massive ram, its great curling horns sweeping back along its articulated spine. It had no eyes, only empty sockets, yet he felt its gaze lock onto him, a malevolent intelligence fixed on the warmth and life that had intruded upon its domain. This was the guardian of this place, the reason the Hydra had fought and died. It had been awakened, and it was hungry. It came at him in a rush, a silent, flowing river of bone. Lykaon sidestepped, thrusting his spear. The bronze head skidded off the creature's armored spine with a screech of metal on bone, failing to find purchase. The thing's tail, a whip of smaller, interlocking vertebrae tipped with a sharpened human femur, lashed out, catching him across the thigh. The blow was solid, numbing, and he stumbled back with a cry of pain. Panic flared in his chest, hot and sharp. He fell back, scrambling away from the advancing horror. The tunnel was too narrow for maneuver. The creature's sheer mass filled it, scraping against the walls as it advanced, its horned skull lowered like a battering ram. He needed space. He turned and ran. His torchlight bobbed crazily, throwing the labyrinth into a disorienting chaos of light and shadow. Behind him, the relentless slither and click of the bone serpent echoed, never falling far behind. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The sickly light in its rib cage was pulsing faster, brighter. It was gaining. He burst into a larger cavern, the same one with the neatly stacked walls of bones. An idea born of desperation sparked in his mind. He ran toward the nearest alcove, a wall of skeletal remains 20 feet high. The serpent flowed into the chamber after him, its bony form coiling as it gathered itself to strike. Lykaon didn't wait. He jammed the flaming head of his spear deep into the base of the bone wall, into a tangle of dry, brittle ribs and femurs. Then, with all his strength, he heaved upwards, using the spear shaft as a lever. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep groan, the entire intricate structure shifted. A single skull tumbled from the top, then another. He threw himself to the side as the wall of bones collapsed. A thunderous, deafening avalanche of skeletal remains cascaded into the center of the cavern, raising a choking cloud of white dust. The bone serpent was buried beneath a mountain of its own kind. Lykaon lay gasping, his lungs burning from the dust, his thigh a throbbing agony. He pushed himself up, listening. There was no sound but the settling of the bone pile. He had done it. A single horned skull erupted from the top of the pile. The serpent was not dead. It was enraged. It began to pull its body free, bones scattering as it rose from its shallow grave. He was out of time and out of tricks. As the creature fixed its eyeless gaze on him, Lykaon's hand went to the charm his mother had given him. The smooth wood of the wolf was a small, desperate anchor. Fight as the wolf fights, for the pack. But his pack was far away. He was alone. No, not entirely. He looked at the torch, still wedged in the remaining bones, its flame guttering. Then he looked at the serpent, its body a dry, articulated collection of ancient remains. He remembered the smell of the damp fungal rot in the lower tunnels. This creature was old, but the bones that comprised it were tinder dry. He snatched the torch, ignoring the burn as his hand brushed the heated bronze. The serpent lunged. Lykaon didn't retreat. He met it head-on, ducking under the sweeping horns of its skull and thrusting the torch deep into the hollow of its ribcage, directly into the pulsing, phosphorescent organ that was its heart. There was a wet, sizzling sound. The pale light within the creature flared violently, turning a brilliant, searing blue. The serpent convulsed, its entire body thrashing. A low, keening wail echoed through the cavern, a sound not of this world. Then, with a soft whoosh, the ancient, dry bones caught fire. Flames licked up its spine, racing from vertebra to vertebra. The serpent became a pyre. The flames roared with a hungry, almost joyous sound, consuming the ancient bones with astonishing speed. The sickly light in its ribcage flared one last time, a nova of brilliant, silent blue. And then it was gone, leaving only the mundane orange of the fire. The heat was a physical blow, forcing Lykaon to shield his face and stagger back. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning bone, and something else, a sharp, ozone-like tang that was the smell of the creature's unholy life being scoured from existence. The sound was a nightmare cacophony of cracking, popping, and hissing as marrow boiled and ancient ligaments snapped. Lykaon fell to his knees, his body screaming with a chorus of pain and exhaustion. His thigh was a deep, throbbing ache, and every muscle trembled with the aftermath of adrenaline. He coughed, the bone dust and foul smoke rasping in his throat. He was alive. The thought was a small, flickering ember in the roaring furnace of his fear. He had faced a creature from a madman's tale, and he was alive. The victory brought no triumph, only a profound and chilling understanding of the path he was on. The world of stag and boar was gone, replaced by one of bone serpents and the vengeful whims of gods. He was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The fire was now a raging column in the center of the cavern, devouring the last of the serpent and licking at the pile of bones it had emerged from. Smoke, thick and gray, billowed upwards, beginning to mushroom against the cavern ceiling. It would not be long before this chamber became a suffocating trap. He had to move. He forced himself to his feet, his injured leg protesting with a fresh spike of pain. His spear was gone, its shaft consumed, its bronze head likely buried in the heart of the inferno. He was now armed with nothing but the knife at his belt. He looked around wildly. His torch was also gone, sacrificed to kill the serpent. The fire was his only light, and it was a light that was actively trying to kill him. He fumbled for the pouch at his belt and pulled out the Godforge shard. It was vibrating with a new intensity, a frantic, insistent hum that resonated deep in his bones. It was pulling him away from the fire, deeper into the darkness of a tunnel on the far side of the cavern. He had no choice but to obey. Stumbling, half blinded by the smoke, he limped towards the opening. The darkness ahead was a solid wall, absolute and unwelcoming. He was about to plunge into it when his foot struck something that wasn't rock or bone. It skittered across the floor with a glassy chime. He knelt, his good knee protesting, and felt around in the dust. His fingers closed around a smooth, faceted object, still radiating a faint residual warmth. He held it up. It was a crystal, no larger than his thumb, flawlessly clear. As he watched, a soft, internal light began to bloom within it, a cool, silver-white luminescence that pushed back the oppressive darkness. It wasn't as bright as his torch, but it was steady, smokeless, and cast no shadows. He looked back at the chasm where the Hydra lay. The thief must have dropped this during the fight, a tiny, careless mistake in the heat of battle. A mistake that had just saved Lykaon's life. Clutching the glowing crystal, he plunged into the new tunnel. The roar of the fire faded behind him, replaced once more by the profound silence of the earth. He paused, leaning against the cold stone wall, his breathing ragged. He tore a long strip of cloth from the bottom of his tunic and bound it tightly around his injured thigh. The pressure was a sharp, clean pain that helped to focus his mind. He took a sip of water from his skin, the lukewarm liquid a small blessing. Then, holding the crystal aloft, he followed the insistent pull of the shard.
The character of the labyrinth changed. The tunnels were now clearly man-made, the walls constructed of immense, perfectly fitted stone blocks, slick with a thin film of moisture. The air grew damp and heavy, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. He was moving deeper beneath the fortress, into its true foundations. The trail of the thief became clearer. He found the place where the battle with the Hydra had ended. The walls were scored with deep gouges, not from claws, but from something that had seared the very stone, leaving behind swirling, vitrified patterns like glazed pottery.
In the center of the passage lay a single, massive Hydra tooth, as long as his forearm and sharp as obsidian. It had been snapped off at the root. Lykaon imagined the force required to do such a thing and felt a fresh wave of fear. The thief he pursued was not just a mortal. No man could wield such power. He pressed on, the crystal's calm light a small circle of sanity in the encroaching dark. The dripping grew louder, and soon the floor became submerged. He waded into ankle-deep water, shockingly cold. It was black and still, and the crystal's light did not penetrate its surface, reflecting off it as if it were polished obsidian. The water deepened, rising to his knees, then his waist. Each step was a struggle against the icy drag, and the pain in his thigh sharpened with the cold. The air was thick with the smell of wet stone and decay. This was a cistern, or a flooded passage, a part of the citadel's ancient water system, long since abandoned to the darkness. The shard's humming grew stronger, pulling him forward through the chest-deep water. Something brushed against his leg, soft, trailing. He flinched, his heart hammering, but it was only a strand of some pale, sightless weed growing from the muck on the bottom. Finally, he felt the floor begin to slope upwards. He emerged from the water, shivering uncontrollably, his tunic clinging to him like a second skin. He stood on a wide stone landing before a set of doors that dwarfed anything he had ever seen. They were made of bronze, 10 feet high, and covered in a green patina of age. Intricate reliefs covered their surface, depicting scenes of war and sacrifice. Chariots charging over the fallen, kings holding court, and monstrous creatures being slain by long-haired heroes. The doors were sealed, meant to remain closed for eternity. But they were not. One of the great doors stood ajar by a hand's breadth. The gap was a sliver of perfect, silent black. The thief had come this way. Lykaon looked closer at the edge of the door. The bronze was warped and bent, the metal at the seam melted into drooping, slag-like tendrils, still faintly warm to the touch. It hadn't been forced by leverage or brute strength. It had been opened with impossible heat, as if a sliver of the sun had been used as a crowbar. The god-forged shard in his pouch was no longer just humming. It was singing, a high, clear, resonant note that he felt in his teeth. The trail was hot. The spear was close. He took a breath that did little to calm the frantic beating of his heart. He put his shoulder to the immense, damaged door and pushed. It moved with a deep, groaning shriek of tortured metal that scraped at his soul. The opening widened, and he slipped through into the darkness beyond. He was in a vast, circular chamber. The air was different here. It was dry and still, carrying the faint, spicy scent of preservative oils, and something else, a low thrum of latent power that made the crystal in his hand flicker. This was not a catacomb or a cistern. This was a vault. He raised the light. The chamber was a treasure house, a king's hoard from the age of heroes. Piles of gold tripods, silver goblets, and amber beads lay in glittering mounds. Bronze shields and helmets, inlaid with ivory and gold, were stacked against the walls. It was a wealth beyond imagining, enough to buy kingdoms, yet it was all coated in a fine layer of dust, untouched for millennia. The thief had not been interested in gold. A clear path had been cut through the treasures, items carelessly knocked aside. Lykaon followed it to the center of the room. There, on a raised dais of black marble, stood a single, empty pedestal. This was where it had been kept, not the spear itself, but something else. Around the base of the pedestal were inscriptions in a language of sharp, angular runes he did not recognize. But one symbol was repeated, carved deeper than the rest, a stylized gorgon's head, its serpent hair writhing. He knelt, holding the crystal close to the floor. The dust here was disturbed. He saw a clear footprint, larger than his own, left by a heavy, military-style sandal. But next to it was another mark, faint but unmistakable. A circular impression in the dust, the size of a large shield. Lykaon frowned. Why would the thief set down a shield? Then he understood. The Gorgon's head, the tales of Perseus. This vault had not held the spear of Ares. It had been a prison. It had held Medusa's head, the legendary aegis of Athena, a weapon so terrible that even the gods feared its power. The thief hadn't come here to find the spear. They had come here to retrieve a tool powerful enough to help them keep it. A new, more terrible possibility dawned on him. The thief hadn't stolen one divine weapon. They were collecting them. The shard in his pouch suddenly grew warm. Not a gentle warmth, but a sudden, biting heat, as if he'd grasped a coal from the fire. He cried out and dropped it. The shard fell to the marble floor with a sharp clink, and the warmth instantly vanished, returning it to its normal state. He stared at it, his heart pounding. The shard had warned him. He wasn't alone. Slowly, deliberately, he extinguished the light of the crystal by clenching it in his fist. The vault was plunged back into absolute blackness. He drew his knife, its small blade a pathetic comfort, and flattened himself to the floor behind a pile of bronze shields, his breathing shallow and silent. He listened, straining his ears against the ringing silence. He found what he was looking for. A discarded, bronze-tipped ceremonial spear, its shaft made of some heavy, dark wood. Too brittle for combat, but perfect for a lever. He wedged the tip into the gap beneath the lowest shield in the pile. He put his shoulder to the shaft and pushed. The wood groaned. The pile did not move. Across the room, the automaton reached the wall where the bowl had struck. It stopped, its head sweeping back and forth. It had found nothing. There was no life there, no warmth. It had been tricked. It stood for a few seconds, a silent, menacing statue. Then, with a chilling certainty, it turned and began to move back towards the center of the room, back towards Lykaon's last known position. Panic seized him. He put all his weight, all his desperation, into the lever. The wood creaked, fibers popping. The lowest shield shifted just an inch with a screech of metal on stone. The entire stack above it swayed precariously. Scrape, scrape. The automaton was halfway across the room. Lykaon repositioned the lever, jamming it deeper. He ignored the pain in his thigh, the burn in his lungs. He gave one last desperate heave. The ceremonial spear shaft snapped with a sharp crack, but it was enough. The bottom shield slid free. For a heart-stopping second, the pile hung in a state of impossible balance. Then, with a low groan, it began to fall. Not all at once, but in a wave. A cascade of heavy, bronze-faced shields, a metal avalanche, thundered down into the path of the advancing automaton. The creature had no time to react. The first shield struck it in the chest, halting its advance. The next dozen buried it. The sound was deafening, a clangorous, booming roar of crashing metal that echoed in the vault like the doom of a falling god. A thick cloud of thousand-year-old dust exploded outwards. Lykaon threw himself flat, covering his head, as a stray shield skimmed over him and clanged against the wall. Then silence, broken only by the settling of the pile and the ringing in his ears. He pushed himself up, coughing in the dust-choked air. He did not know if the creature was destroyed, but it was buried. He would not wait to find out. He snatched up the Godforge shard, scooped the light crystal from the floor, and ran. He had to get out. Not the way he came in, but through another way. A vault like this, for a king, would have a secret escape. He let the crystal shine brightly now, its clean light cutting through the swirling dust. He scanned the walls, ignoring the glitter of gold, searching for a seam, a symbol, a stone that was not like the others. He found it behind a heavy, rotting tapestry depicting the Caledonian boar hunt. A single stone block carved with the same Gorgon's head as the pedestal. He remembered stories of such things, of hidden mechanisms in the palaces of the great kings. He pressed his hand flat against the carving. For a moment, nothing. Then, with a low grinding of stone on stone, the block receded into the wall, and a section of the floor beside it sank away, revealing a narrow, steep flight of stairs leading up into darkness. He did not hesitate. He plunged into the stairwell, and the great stone swung silently shut behind him, sealing the vault, the treasure, and the buried, broken guardian in the darkness once more. The stairs were long and spiraled upwards, the air growing progressively fresher, carrying the scent of night air and damp earth. He emerged, not outside, but into the ruins of a great hall. A massive circular hearth lay cold in the center, and the stumps of shattered pillars reached like broken teeth towards the sky. Through the collapsed roof, he could see the heavens. The bloody stain was still there, but it was paler now, diluted by the first gray light of dawn. He was out. He was alive. He stumbled to the edge of the ruined hall and looked out over the plains of Argos. He had survived the labyrinth of bones. He found a secluded spot among the Cyclopean ruins, a collapsed larder room that offered shelter from the wind. He drank the last of his water and ate a barley cake, the dry food scraping his raw throat. As he rested, he took stock. He was battered, bruised, and his spear was gone. But he had the crystal, a source of clean light. And he had a new, terrifying piece of the puzzle, the Aegis. As he shifted his weight, he felt something hard and small in the leather pouch where he'd hastily shoved the Godforge shard. He emptied it into his palm. The shard lay there along with something else, a small object, dark and metallic. He must have scooped it up from the floor of the vault in his haste. He held it up to the dawning light. It was a small bronze token, no bigger than his thumbnail, heavy for its size. It was clearly a votive offering, the kind a pilgrim might leave at a shrine. On its surface was a finely detailed carving of a snake, a single serpent coiled around a strange conical stone. He had seen that image before, in the tales of the storytellers who sometimes passed through Olanos, the omphalos, the navel of the world, and the serpent that guarded it. It was the symbol of the great oracle, the Kynthia, the symbol of Delphi. The thief had been to Delphi, or was going there. Perhaps this token had been dropped accidentally in the vault, or perhaps it had been knocked from the Ottoman's grasp in its final moments. It didn't matter. It was a trail, a cold, clear trail leading north. He tucked the bronze token into his pouch, its coiled serpent a cold promise of the long road north. The crystalled light faded as the dawn crept into the sky, a thin, watery gray seeping into the edges of the bruised crimson overhead. The world was waking to another day of wrongness. His leg throbbed with a deep, insistent rhythm, a painful drumbeat marking the start of his journey. He knew he couldn't stay. The ruins of Mycenae were a tomb, and he had trespassed. Whatever power lingered here would not suffer his presence for long. Getting down from the ancient citadel was harder than getting in. He avoided the main gate, instead picking his way through a maze of collapsed chambers and fallen walls, his hunter's instincts guiding him along the paths of least resistance. He moved like a fox in a sheepfold, staying to the shadows, his eyes constantly scanning the plains below. From his vantage point, he could see the road that led north towards Corinth. It was busier than he expected. A merchant's caravan, its 2 heavy wagons laden with amphora, was stalled. Figures on horseback circled it, their movements sharp and aggressive, like horseflies tormenting a bull. They were not soldiers. Their armor was a mismatched collection of leather and bronze, and they rode with a wild, predatory grace. Bandits. But they were bold, operating in the open, in broad daylight, within sight of the citadel. Lykaon watched as they pulled the merchants from their seats and methodically began to break open the clay jars, letting wine and oil spill into the dust. There was no negotiation, no ransom. It was pure, destructive dominance. This was the unraveling made manifest. The strong now preyed on the weak without fear or hesitation, because the very concept of order had been wounded. He gave the road a wide berth, cutting across fallow fields and through skeletal olive groves where the unpicked fruit shriveled on the branches. His thirst became a tormenting obsession. The water skin was empty, and the sun, pale and sickly though it was, beat down with a dry, relentless heat. By midday, he stumbled upon a small, nameless village huddled by a stream that had been reduced to a chain of muddy pools. It was a place of quiet desperation. The houses were sun-bleached and crumbling, and the few faces he saw were etched with the familiar lines of hunger and fear. An old woman, drawing murky water from a pool, watched him approach with eyes that held no welcome, only weary suspicion. He was a stranger, and strangers were just another kind of trouble. He was looking for a smithy. He followed the faint, rhythmic sound of a hammer on metal to a low, soot-blackened building at the edge of the village. The forge was cold, but a man stood at an anvil, laboriously beating a bent hoe back into shape. He was broad and thick-set, his bare arms corded with muscle and laced with a web of white, puckered scars. One of his eyes was clouded over, the milky white of a dead moon. He worked with a grim, joyless economy of motion, his good eye narrowed in concentration. He stopped his work as Lykaon entered the smithy's shadow, resting the hammer on the anvil. "What do you want, boy? If you're looking for work, there is none. If you're looking for food, we have barely enough for ourselves." His voice was a low rasp, like stones grinding together. "I need a spear," Lykaon said, his voice hoarse from thirst. The smith gave a short, humorless laugh. "A spear? The whole world is crying for spears and swords. Every farmer thinks a blade will save him from his neighbor. I'm a mender of plowshares, not an armorer for would-be warlords." He turned back to the hoe. "I can pay," Lykaon said. The smith paused again, turning his head just enough to fix his good eye on Lykaon. He took in the torn, blood-stained tunic, the gaunt look on his face. "Pay with what? The dirt on your feet?" Lykaon reached into his pack. He bypassed the crystal and the tokens, his fingers closing around the cold, serrated length of the hydra tooth. He laid it on the anvil. It was a thing of potent malevolence, even in death. Its enamel was the color of old ivory, and its edges were still sharp enough to draw blood. A faint, venomous green was visible deep within its core. The smith stared at it. The cynicism on his face slowly dissolved, replaced by a look of profound, weary recognition. He reached out a scarred hand, not to touch it, but to hover his fingers just above its surface, as if feeling a heat that wasn't there. "Lerna," he breathed, his voice suddenly quiet. "By the Furies, that's a fang from the brood of Lerna." He looked up at Lykaon, and for the first time, he saw not a beggar boy, but something else. Where did a hunter from the hills get something like this? "Does it matter?" Lykaon countered, his hand straying near the knife at his belt. The smith straightened up, his gaze distant, looking at a past only he could see. "I was with the Argos contingent at Nemea 20 summers ago. We fought a creature that came down from the swamps, smaller than the great beast Heracles slew, but its kin. I saw what a tooth like that can do to bronze plate, to flesh and bone." He finally looked back at Lykaon, his eye filled with a grim understanding. "You're not a farmer looking to protect his goats, are you?" Lykaon said nothing. "The sky bleeds," the smith continued, his voice low. "The roads are ruled by jackals, and old hatreds are flaring up like grass fires. And you walk out of the dark places carrying the tooth of a monster." He picked up the hydra tooth, his grip careful, respectful. "This is not a thing you forge like common iron. It holds a vicious spirit. It needs to be tempered not just with fire, but with purpose. What is yours?" The question hung in the hot, still air. Lykaon thought of his mother, of the fear in his village, of the cold dread that had seeped into his bones from Phobos's touch. "Survival," he said. It was the truest word he had. The smith nodded slowly. "Survival, that is a purpose I understand." He gestured to a bucket of water. "Drink, it's foul, but it's wet. I will do this, not for payment. This tooth is a curse, not a treasure. I will do it because I have hammered iron for 30 years, and I have never made a weapon that felt necessary. This feels like it might be." While Lykaon drank, the smith went to work.
He did not relight the mean forge. Instead, he used a small, intense brazier. Feeding it with charcoal he seemed to have been saving for a special purpose. He did not try to melt the tooth, but to heat the bronze socket of a broken spearhead until it glowed cherry red. Then, with tongs and a small, precise hammer, he began the arduous process of shaping the hot, malleable metal around the tooth's root. He worked with a master's focus, his scarred face illuminated by the glow of the metal, sweat beading on his brow. The air filled with the sharp smell of hot bronze and a faint, acrid odor from the tooth itself, a smell like burnt venom. As he worked, he spoke, not looking at Lykaon, but at the weapon taking shape in his hands. "They say Ares is the god of war," he rasped between hammer blows. "But he is also the god of courage, of the warrior's heart. Without him, what is left? Only the panic, the rage. Men forget why they fight. They forget honor. They remember only the hate." He quenched the finished spearhead in a trough of oil. It hissed violently, a plume of black smoke rising from the surface. "There is no courage left in the world, boy. Only fear." He hafted the new spearhead onto a shaft of seasoned cornel wood, long and perfectly balanced. He bound it with strips of raw leather, his movements economical and precise. When he was finished, he held it out to Lykaon. It was a fearsome weapon, longer than his old hunting spear and heavier. The hydra-tooth head was a pale, wicked fang, its edges translucent. It felt alive in his hands, humming with a cold, latent power. It was a weapon made not for hunting beasts, but for killing nightmares. "Thank you," Lykaon said, the words inadequate. "Don't thank me," the smith grunted, turning away to stare into his cold forge. "Just use it for what you need to, and try not to die. There are enough ghosts in this world already." Lykaon left the village as dusk began to fall, the new spear a solid, reassuring weight in his hand. He had a weapon, he had a direction, and he had the smith's grim words echoing in his mind. There is no courage left in the world, only fear. He looked north, towards the distant, hazy shapes of the mountains that guarded the road to Delphi. He was walking into the heart of that fear, and for the first time, he wondered if he was meant to bring courage back, or if he was just another soul destined to be consumed by the growing chaos. The road ahead was long, and he knew, with a hunter's certainty, that it was swarming with predators. The spear was a cold and hungry thing in his hands. It did not feel like his old ashwood hunting spear, which was a familiar tool, an extension of his arm. This new weapon had a will, a low, predatory thrum that vibrated up the cornwood shaft and into his bones. The hydra tooth seemed to watch the world through a sense of its own, drawn to the faintest scent of fear, of violence. Lykaon found himself gripping it tighter than necessary, as if to impose his own control over the venomous spirit captured within it. He traveled through the twilight hours, a ghost moving along the edges of a dying world. He learned quickly that the main roads were arteries of despair. To walk them was to invite attention from the packs of men who had been untethered from law and mercy by the silence of the gods. They were not soldiers or even organized bandits. They were simply the hardest and most desperate, their rage a raw, open wound. So he kept to the hills,
moving through the skeletal fingers of ancient forests and across stony ridges, his hunter's senses stretched taut. The world had become one large ambush. His thigh was a constant, grinding pain. The binding helped, but the deep muscle bruise from the bone serpent's tail made every step a negotiation. He learned to favor it, his gait becoming the uneven, limping shamble of a wounded wolf. He was not healing as he should. A small cut on his hand from a thorny bush a day ago had become an angry red line, inflamed and hot to the touch. It was as if the world's own ability to mend had been crippled along with its sense of order. 2 days north of the smith's village, he reached the hills overlooking the Isthmus of Corinth, the narrow land bridge that was the gateway to the heart of Greece. From a high vantage point, concealed in a thicket of wind-stunted pines, he watched the road below. It was a choke point, and predators were drawn to such places. He saw them before he heard them. 4 men, hidden in a rocky outcrop that commanded a narrow, twisting section of the road. They were positioned with a crude but effective cunning. 2 with bows were nestled higher up, while 2 with heavy axes and hide shields waited by the roadside, concealed behind a cluster of boulders. They were waiting for a victim. Lykaon watched them for a full hour as the sun climbed. They were agitated, snapping at each other, their movements jerky and impatient. One of them drank from a wineskin, his movements sloppy, his anger simmering just below the surface. They were not patient hunters. They were starving dogs ready to tear at the first thing that passed. Lykaon's instinct was to retreat, to find another path. This was not his fight. His mission was in Delphi, and a direct confrontation was a fool's game. He was preparing to slip back into the trees when he saw her, a lone figure walking north on the road. From this distance, she was just a small, dark shape, but she moved with a slow, determined pace, leaning heavily on a staff. She was old, and she was alone, the perfect prey. The men in the rocks saw her too. A palpable tension rippled through them. They shifted, gripping their weapons, their hungry focus absolute. Lykaon's hand tightened on his spear. He remembered the words of Deimos, whispered into the core of his soul. You fight as the wolf fights, for the pack. He had no pack. His was 100 miles and a world away. Yet, to watch this woman walk into a slaughter he could prevent, it felt like a betrayal of that core principle. It felt like cowardice. And the smith's words echoed back to him. There is no courage left in the world, only fear. His decision was not a thought, but an impulse. A hunter does not charge the boar. He circles, finds the wind, and strikes from where he is not seen. He slipped away from his vantage point, moving with a speed and silence that belied his injury. He used the terrain, his sandals making no sound on the pine needles and soft earth. He circled wide, coming up behind and above the 2 archers. They were utterly focused on the approaching woman, their bowstrings already half drawn, whispering eager, vicious things to each other. They never knew he was there. He rose from the shadows behind them like a vengeful spirit. The butt of his spear came down in a sharp, brutal arc, striking the first archer at the base of his skull. The man collapsed without a sound, a puppet with its strings cut. The second man started to turn, his eyes wide with surprise. Lykaon didn't hesitate. He drove the spear's butt spike into the man's throat. There was a choked, gurgling cry, and the man fell, clutching at his neck, his bow clattering on the rocks. 2 down. He peered over the ledge. Below, the 2 axemen had heard the commotion. They looked up, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm. "Nico, what was that?" one of them shouted. The old woman had stopped on the road. She was looking up, not with fear, but with a strange, calm awareness. Lykaon didn't give them time to understand. He took one of the fallen men's bows and an arrow. He was a hunter. A bow was as natural to him as a spear. He drew, aimed, and loosed in a single fluid motion. The arrow hissed through the air and took the shouting axeman in the shoulder. It was a poor shot, not a killing blow, but it served its purpose. The man screamed, stumbling back, his axe falling from his suddenly nerveless hand. His companion stared, first at his wounded friend, then up at the rocks, his face contorted with a primal rage that overwhelmed any sense of strategy. "I'll kill you!" he roared, and charged not at the woman, but at the rocks, seeking the unseen attacker. It was exactly what Lykaon had wanted. He kicked a loose boulder the size of a man's head over the edge. It tumbled down the scree slope, gathering speed, and crashed into the charging bandit's leg with a sickening crunch of bone. The man went down, howling. Lykaon slid down the slope, his good leg absorbing the shock, the hydra-tooth spear held ready. The first axeman, the one with the arrow in his shoulder, had drawn a knife. He came at Lykaon, his face a mask of pain and fury. Lykaon met his charge. He didn't thrust. He parried the wild knife slash with the spear shaft and used the weapon's length to trip his opponent. The man sprawled in the dust. Before he could recover, Lykaon drove the pale fang of the spearhead down into his chest. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The man screamed, a sound that was cut short as his body convulsed violently. His eyes rolled back in his head. Black, spider-web-thin veins erupted across his skin, racing up his neck and across his face, as if some terrible poison had been injected directly into his heart. A black foam frothed on his lips. Within seconds, he was still, his body unnaturally rigid, his face a grotesque mask of his final agony. Lykaon stared, his stomach heaving. He had killed men before, in border skirmishes with raiders from the north, but it had never been like this. That was a spear wound. This was a defilement. The weapon in his hand felt slick and unclean, its cold hunger momentarily sated. A groan brought him back. The second bandit, his leg shattered, was trying to crawl away, dragging himself through the dust like a crushed insect. Fear had replaced his rage. He looked at Lykaon, at the monstrous spear, and his face dissolved into blubbering terror. "Mercy," he sobbed. "Please, by the gods, mercy." Lykaon stood over him, the spear held loosely in his hand. The smith's words came back again. Men forget why they fight. They remember only the hate. There was no hate in him now, only a cold, nauseating sickness. He could not do it again, not like that. He turned away, leaving the man to his fate. He walked over to the old woman, who had not moved. She had watched the entire brutal, efficient display without flinching. Her face was a landscape of wrinkles, her eyes a startlingly pale gray, and they held an uneasy clarity. She was not looking at him, but at the spear. "The venom of the hydra," she said, her voice a dry whisper, like leaves skittering on stone. "It has been an age since such a weapon was seen in the hands of a mortal." Lykaon was taken aback. "How do you know of such things?" "I am Kynthia. I once served the Pythia at the grotto of Phobos," she said, her gaze finally lifting to meet him. "I have spent my life listening to the whispers of forgotten things. And I see you, boy.
You are marked. You carry the chill of the god of fear about you like a shroud." He flinched as if struck. No one could know that. No one. "Who are you?" he demanded, taking a step back, his knuckles white on the spear shaft. "I told you, a servant of the oracle, or I was, until the whispers stopped." She gestured with a gnarled hand up the road, north, towards the distant peaks of Parnassus. "Delphi is sick.
The sacred fumes have soured. The Pythia speaks only nonsense and riddles of despair. A shadow has fallen over the navel of the world. I go to see what can be done, though I suspect I am a fool for trying." Lykaon stared at her, his mind reeling. A priestess from Delphi? The token in his pouch seemed to burn against his skin. This was no coincidence. The fates were not so clumsy. "A shadow?" he asked, his voice low. "What kind of shadow?" Kynthia's pale eyes narrowed. "A power that is cold and sharp, one that smells of ozone and ambition. It has coiled itself around the sanctuary, and it chokes the life from it. The priests are divided. Some are enthralled, speaking of a new clarity, a firmer hand to guide the fortunes of men. Others have fled, or disappeared." Her gaze dropped again to his spear, then to the black-veined corpse in the dust. "That power you carry, it is a terrible thing, but perhaps a terrible weapon is needed for a terrible time. You are also going to Delphi, are you not, Hunter?" "You are correct." The admission was a dry rasp in Lykaon's throat. He did not know why he told her the truth, only that lying to this woman felt as pointless as trying to hide a fire in a field of dry grass. Her pale eyes seemed to see the brand Phobos had left on his soul. "I am hunting the one who cast that shadow." Kynthia's expression did not change, but a new light entered her eyes, a flicker of something that might have been hope or perhaps just grim satisfaction. The fates have a bitter sense of humor. To send a wolf of the mountains to hunt a serpent in the house of a god. She looked down at the whimpering bandit with the shattered leg. "What will you do with this one? His howling will draw others." Lykaon's hand tightened on his spear. He looked at the broken man, at the pathetic, animal terror in his eyes, and felt the foul, venomous spirit of the weapon in his hand stir in anticipation. He did not want to use it again. He did not know if he could. "Leave him," Kynthia said, her voice flat. "His pack has abandoned him. The crows will have him before nightfall. It is a faster death than starvation, and cleaner than the one your spear offers." She turned and began to walk up the road, her staff tapping a slow, steady rhythm on the dusty stones. "Come, the road to the sacred lands is long, and it has grown teeth." Lykaon hesitated for a moment, then followed, leaving the bandit's cries to fade behind him. They walked in silence for a time, two solitary figures moving through a landscape of neglect. The olive groves were untended, the vineyards choked with weeds. They passed a farmhouse, its door agape, its hearth long cold. There were no bodies, only a profound and unnerving emptiness, as if the family had simply ceased to be. The world was not just violent, it was emptying out, its spirit draining away like water from a cracked cistern. "The sickness you see here," Kynthia said, as if reading his thoughts, "it flows down from the mountain ahead. Delphi is the omphalos, the navel of the world. Through it, the breath of the gods gives order to the seasons, health to the soil, and sense to the minds of men. But the one you hunt has wrapped himself around the oracle like a strangle vine. He does not simply block the divine voice, he corrupts it. The thief, Lykaon said, "What do you know of him?" "He is no mere thief," she corrected, her eyes fixed on the hazy outline of Mount Parnassus. "A thief takes what is not his. This one, he seeks to reorder what is. He calls himself the Logothete, the accountant. He came to Delphi not as a conqueror with an army at his back, but as a philosopher with whispers of a new age. He speaks of a world free from the chaotic whims of the gods, a world governed by pure reason, by logic, where every life is a number in a grand calculation, and every outcome is predictable." Lykaon frowned. "That does not sound like a man who would steal the spear of Eris. Does it not?" Kynthia gave a dry chuckle. "What is more chaotic than war? What is more unpredictable than a god of rage? To the Logothete, Ares represents the ultimate irrationality. To steal his power, to control it, is to place a yoke upon the neck of chaos itself. He promises peace, hunter, the peace of the abacus, the stillness of a perfectly balanced scale. Many of the younger priests, tired of fear and uncertainty, find his promises seductive." They walked on, the sun climbing higher. Lykaon shared a piece of his barley cake with the old woman, and she, in turn, showed him how to find a seep of clean water beneath the roots of a wild fig tree. A fragile trust began to form between them, the pragmatic bond of two creatures heading into the same storm. He told her of the bleeding sky, of the wounds that festered instead of healing. "Yes," she murmured, examining the inflamed cut on his hand with a clinical eye. "The breath of the world is sour. The Pythia's prophecies are no longer visions of what might be, but pronouncements of decay. Last I heard, she spoke of a plague of the mind, where men would forget the faces of their children and the names of their gods. The Logothete calls these the necessary pains of transition." As they drew closer to the foothills of Parnassus, the character of the road changed. They began to see other travelers, but they were not the usual mix of merchants and pilgrims. These were gaunt-faced men, their eyes burning with a cold, feverish light. They walked in small, silent groups, all heading away from Delphi. They carried nothing and spoke to no one, their faces empty of everything but a hollowed-out certainty. The disturbing were the patrols. Lykaon spotted the first one from a ridge, and they quickly took cover. 3 men, dressed in clean, gray tunics, their heads shaved. They were armed not with spears or swords, but with heavy, bronze-headed staffs. They moved with a disciplined, synchronous gait that was deeply unsettling. They were not soldiers, but something else. "The sanctioned," Kynthia whispered, her lips a thin, hard line. "Priests and acolytes who have fully embraced the Logothete's teachings. They patrol the sacred ways, purifying them of the old superstitions." They managed to avoid the first patrol, but not the second. They were rounding a bend in a narrow pass when they came face to face with another trio. These were waiting for them. The leader, a man with cold, intelligent eyes, stepped forward. His gaze passed over Lykaon with dismissive contempt, settling on Kynthia. "Priestess," he said, his voice calm and devoid of inflection. Your pilgrimage is at an end. The grotto of earth is closed. The chattering of the old gods has been silenced to allow for a more rational discourse. The oracle is not a discourse, Damon, Kynthia replied, her voice sharp. It is a truth, one you have traded for the sterile comfort of numbers. The man, Damon, smiled, a slight condescending curl of his lip. Truth is clarity. Truth is order. The Logothete offers us a world where the harvest does not depend on a whim, where justice is not meted out by a lightning bolt. He offers us mastery. You cling to fear and mystery. You are an anachronism. We are here to escort you back down the mountain. Your presence is illogical. And if I refuse? Kynthia asked, her gnarled hand tightening on her staff. Damon's gaze shifted to Lykaon's spear. For the first time, a flicker of something, not fear, but analytical curiosity, showed in his eyes. The beast tooth, a weapon of pure chaos. It is a symbol of everything we must excise. He gestured to his companions. Take the woman, subdue the savage. The two others sanctioned moved forward, their movements fluid and coordinated. Lykaon did not wait. He exploded into motion, a blur of speed that caught them by surprise. He was not fighting bandits now. These were trained men. He feinted a thrust at the first man, then spun, the shaft of his spear catching the second across the knees. The man buckled with a cry of pain. The first swung his heavy staff in a deadly arc aimed at Lykaon's head. Lykaon ducked under it, the wind of its passage stirring his hair. He came up inside the man's guard and drove the spear's bronze butt spike into his stomach. The man grunted, the air driven from his lungs, and staggered back. Damon watched, his expression unchanged, as if observing a curious natural phenomenon. He made no move to help his men. The sanctioned Lykaon had struck in the stomach, recovered with surprising speed, his face a mask of cold determination. He came on again, his partner limping to support him. They attacked in concert, their staffs a blur of motion, forcing Lykaon onto the defensive. He gave ground, his sandals scraping on the stone, the hydra tooth a pale arc in the air as he parried their relentless blows. They were strong, skilled, and they felt no pain in the way normal men did. He was being driven back towards Kynthia. He needed to end it. As one of the sanctioned committed to a powerful downward strike, Lykaon sidestepped, letting the blow crash into the ground. In that split second of vulnerability, he reversed his spear and lunged. He did not aim for the chest. He aimed for the foot. The hydra tooth punched through the man's leather sandal and the bone beneath. The effect was immediate. The man's calm composure shattered. He let out a single, piercing shriek as the venom flooded his system. He looked down at his foot, his eyes wide with a horror that was beyond reason, as the black veins erupted up his leg. He fell, convulsing, his body consumed by the weapon's poison. His partner stopped, his staff half raised, and for the first time, his logical certainty faltered. He stared at his dying comrade, a flicker of primal, illogical terror breaking through his conditioning. That hesitation was all Lykaon needed. He lunged forward and slammed the flat of the spear shaft into the side of the man's head. The sanctioned dropped like a stone, unconscious. Lykaon stood breathing heavily, the coppery taste of exertion in his mouth. He turned to face Damon. The leader of the patrol had not moved. He simply looked at the dead man, then at the unconscious one, his head tilted. Fascinating, Damon said, his voice holding a note of genuine academic interest. The introduction of a chaotic variable produces a catastrophic system failure. The Logothete will find my report most illuminating. He looked at Lykaon, his cold eyes finally acknowledging him as something more than a savage. You are a variable he will need to account for. Without another word, Damon turned and walked calmly back up the path towards Delphi, leaving his fallen comrades without a second glance. Lykaon stared after him, a chill creeping up his spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. He had won the fight, but he felt as though he had lost something profound. Kynthia came to his side, her face grim.
He wasn't retreating. Kynthia's voice was a low rasp, cutting through the sudden silence of the pass. He was reporting. Your fighting style, the nature of your weapon, our location, it has all been entered into his calculus. He will adapt. They will adapt. Lykaon looked from the path where Damon had disappeared to the two fallen sanctioned. The venom-killed priest was a rigid, blackened horror, a monument to the spear's foul power. The other was merely unconscious, but his breathing was shallow. Lykaon felt a strange and unsettling pity for them. They were not men driven by greed or rage, but tools, meticulously crafted and now broken. We must leave the road, he said, his voice grim. Find another way up the mountain. There are other ways, Kynthia affirmed, her pale eyes scanning the surrounding rock faces. Older ways, paths the pilgrims walked when they still feared the mountain spirits more than bandits. She pointed with her staff towards a sheer cliff face, where a line of worn, impossibly narrow handholds was carved into the stone. The serpent's ladder. It is not a path for the faint of heart, or for those with a wounded leg. Lykaon glanced at his thigh, then back at the cliff. It is better than a path with an ambush at the end. Before they began the climb, Kynthia knelt by the unconscious priest. With surprising gentleness, she closed the man's eyes and felt for the pulse at his neck. His mind is a cage, she murmured, more to herself than to Lykaon. But his heart still beats. The Logothete has not yet managed to replace that with a clockwork gear. She left him there, a problem for his own kind to solve. Lykaon, meanwhile, retrieved the arrow he had used, wiping it clean on the dead man's tunic before returning it to the quiver he'd taken from the fallen archer. A good arrow was not something to be wasted. The climb was brutal. Each handhold was a trial, each foot placement a risk. The wind howled around them, trying to pry their fingers from the rock. Lykaon's injured leg screamed in protest, the muscles spasming with every upward pull. But the focused physical agony was a strange relief. It was a clean pain, an honest pain, unlike the crawling spiritual sickness that came from wielding the Hydra-tooth spear. He had it strapped to his back, and he could feel its cold, dead weight pressing against him, a constant reminder of the monstrous power he now carried. They rested on a narrow ledge halfway up the cliff, the world spread out below them in a hazy panorama. Kynthia produced a small cloth bundle from her robes. It contained crushed yarrow leaves and a pungent gray moss. "Hold still," she commanded, and before Lykaon could object, she was unwrapping the binding on his festering hand wound. The cut was an angry purple, swollen and hot. The mountain's breath is ill. It stifles the healing humors. She packed the herbal poultice into the wound, her touch surprisingly firm and sure. The moss was cool, and the yarrow stung, but it was a cleansing fire.
This will not heal you, but it will hold the rot at bay. The land remembers its own laws, even if men have forgotten. As she rewrapped the wound with a fresh strip of linen, her gaze fell upon the spearhead peeking over his shoulder. You must be careful, hunter. A weapon like that does not just kill. It feeds. Each life it takes, it drinks the chaos, the fear, the final agony, and it shares a taste with its wielder. You will find yourself growing harder, colder. You will see violence as the simplest answer to every question. It is a venom for the soul as much as for the blood. Lykaon looked at his own hands, calloused and scraped from the rock. He thought of the cold satisfaction he'd felt as the bandits fell, the chilling detachment with which he dispatched the sanctioned. Was that his own hunter's focus, or was it the spear's influence, whispering its vicious logic into his heart? He didn't know, and that ignorance scared him more than any monster. They continued their climb, emerging at last onto the high plateaus of Parnassus. The air here was thin and sharp, and the sky was a vast, bruised canvas. But the wrongness was more profound. The ancient, gnarled pines were silent. There were no birds calling, no insects humming in the sparse heather. It was a beautiful, desolate landscape that felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for a final, fatal blow.
They followed a barely there goat track that wound through monolithic rock formations. It was here they found the shrine. It had been built into a shallow cave, a place sacred to Pan and the nymphs of the high meadows. Lykaon had seen such places before, small, rustic altars where shepherds left offerings of milk, honey, and carved wooden flutes. But this one had been violated in a way that was uniquely chilling. The small stone altar had not been smashed. It had been neatly disassembled, its component stones stacked and numbered with charcoal markings, as if for a stonemason's inventory. The offerings, clay bowls, a small panpipe, a garland of withered flowers, were laid out on a flat rock in neat rows, each with a small stone tablet beside it. Lykaon picked one up. An inscription had been meticulously scratched into its surface. Item 7. Votive, organic. Purpose, appeasement of non-existent pastoral entity. Efficacy, 0%. Logical value, null. It was a dissection, a vivisection of faith. The Logothete's followers hadn't destroyed the shrine in a fit of pious rage. They had analyzed it, catalogued it, and dismissed it with the cold, passionless finality of a mathematician canceling out a line in an equation. They are not just silencing the gods, Kynthia whispered, her voice trembling with a quiet fury Lykaon had not heard before. They are erasing them from memory. They are making belief seem not just foolish, but inefficient. She touched one of the numbered stones of the dismantled altar, her expression one of profound grief. This was a place of wildness, of joy, of the madness that makes music. They have turned it into a corpse on a slab. A cold dread settled in Lykaon's gut. This was his enemy, not a monster of flesh and bone, but an idea, a creeping, sterile logic that would bleed the world of all its color, all its mystery, until nothing was left but gray, predictable certainty. They pressed on, the silence of the mountain growing heavier with each step. Late in the afternoon, Kynthia led him to a cleft between two towering rocks. A trickle of water, no thicker than a man's arm, seeped from the stone and vanished into a crack in the ground. "The Castalian spring," she said, her voice hollow. Lykaon stared. He had heard tales of the spring his whole life, a roaring torrent of pure, ice-cold water, where pilgrims purified themselves. its sound a song that echoed through the sanctuary. The Kynthia herself was said to drink from it to receive her visions. This was a dying thing. He dipped his fingers in the water. It was lukewarm and sluggish, coated with a film of pale, greasy algae. It did not feel sacred. It felt diseased. He has choked the source, Kynthia said. The divine breath that rises from the earth, it is being stifled, redirected. From the dying spring, they had their first clear view of Delphi. It was nestled in the crook of the mountains below them, a great amphitheater of stone. But the sight brought no awe. The city Lykaon had imagined, a chaotic, vibrant hub of petitioners, priests, merchants, and mystics, was gone. What lay below was a model of chilling order. The streets were clean, unnaturally so. There were no crowds, only small groups of the gray-clad sanctioned, moving in precise geometric patterns, their patrols timed and measured. The treasuries of the Greek cities, which should have been gleaming with offerings, looked drab and uniform. Even the light seemed different, a flat, analytical glare that cast sharp, unforgiving shadows. The entire sanctuary felt anesthetized. And the temple of Apollo, the heart of it all, was the most changed. A faint, rhythmic hum emanated from it, a low-frequency thrum that vibrated in Lykaon's teeth. The great bronze doors were shut, but a strange, cold blue light pulsed from the gaps around them, a light that was a sickly cousin to the phosphorescence he had seen in the heart of the bone serpent. "What have they done?" Lykaon breathed. "He is in the Adyton, the holy sanctum," Kynthia said, her eyes fixed on the temple, "where the Kynthia would breathe the vapors from the chasm. The Logothete believes the fumes are merely a geological phenomenon, a tool to be harnessed. He is building something down there, a machine, he calls it, a machine to regulate prophecy, to turn the chaotic whispers of the future into a predictable set of outcomes." Lykaon felt the God-forged shard in his pouch pulse with a slow, steady warmth. It was pulling him there, to that temple, to the source of the corruption. The spear of Ares was within those walls. "The main gates will be guarded," he stated, his mind already working the problem like a hunter stalking his prey. "The walls are high." "There is another way," Kynthia said, pulling her gaze from the sterile city, a way the Logothete, in all his logic, would never find, because it is not marked on any map. It is a path of faith, a secret passed from one hierophant to the next. She looked at him, her pale eyes searching his face. "It leads directly beneath the temple, into the chambers that predate Apollo's arrival. It is a place of darkness and old power. The Logothete may have caged the god, but I do not think he has tamed the earth beneath his feet." Her expression was grim, a warning and an invitation in one. "But be warned, hunter. To enter Delphi this way is to enter the belly of the beast. We may silence the Logothete, or we may simply become another variable in his final, terrible equation." Lykaon looked from the desecrated sanctuary below to the grim resolve in Kynthia's eyes. Her offer was not a promise of victory, but a guarantee of confrontation. It was all he had come here for. "The belly of the beast is where the heart is," he said, his voice low. "Lead the way." Kynthia gave a curt nod. She did not take him towards the obvious approaches, but led him sideways, along the high ridge, to a part of the mountain that seemed wilder, more chaotic. Here, the rock formations were jagged and unnatural, as if thrown down in a fit of divine anger. She stopped before a jumble of fallen megaliths that formed a dark, uninviting cave mouth, an opening that seemed to lead nowhere but into the mountain's stony heart. "The Logothete's patrols will not come here," she explained, her voice hushed. "Their maps would show this as a dead end, a geological collapse from the age of the Titans. Logic dismisses what it cannot measure." She ran her gnarled hand over the surface of one of the stones, her fingers tracing patterns invisible to Lykaon. She found a spot where a faint triple spiral was almost entirely eroded by time and weather. She pressed her palm flat against it. For a long moment, nothing happened. Lykaon shifted his weight, the hydra-toothed spear a cold weight on his back. Then Kynthia began to chant, her voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to pull at the air. The words were not Greek, they were older, a language of stone and earth, of names that had been forgotten long before the Olympians climbed their throne. A deep, grinding groan echoed from within the rock, the sound of a mountain stirring in its sleep. The massive stone Kynthia was touching did not swing aside. Instead, the ground before it trembled, and a section of what Lykaon had assumed was solid bedrock sank slowly into the earth, revealing a dark vertical shaft with a series of iron rungs set into one wall, descending into absolute blackness. A gust of cold, stale air rose to meet them, carrying the scent of deep places, of wet rock, and something else, a faint, metallic tang like the air after a lightning strike. The old ones who carved this path did not believe in doors, Kynthia said, her chant finished. They believed in passages, one world into the next. She looked at Lykaon, her pale eyes seeming to glow in the gloom. "Extinguish your crystal. The light of the gods is a profanity down here. We will need to see with other senses first." Lykaon clenched his fist, and the crystal's light died. The darkness that replaced it was total, a physical presence that pressed in on his eyes. Kynthia moved past him without hesitation, her hand finding the first iron rung. "Stay close behind me. Do not trust your footing until you have tested it twice, and do not speak of the gods of the sunlit world. Their names have no power here." She followed her down. The rungs were thick with a cold, mineral slime and slick to the touch. He descended by feel alone, the only sound the soft scrape of his sandals against the rock, and Kynthia's measured breathing below him. The descent was long, far longer than he expected, taking them deep into the foundations of the world. The air grew heavier, colder, and the metallic ozone scent grew stronger, accompanied now by the low, subsonic hum he had felt from the temple. Down here, it was not just a sound, it was a vibration that traveled through the stone, through the iron rungs, and into the very marrow of his bones. They emerged at the bottom into a tunnel. It was not a work of men. It was a natural lava tube, its walls smooth and curved, polished by some ancient subterranean river. Lykaon risked the faintest glimmer from his crystal, just enough to cast a weak, ghostly light a few feet ahead. The walls were covered in a thin layer of black, glistening mold, and it was from this mold that the faint blue light he'd seen pulsing from the temple was being replicated. The entire tunnel throbbed with a slow, rhythmic blue pulse in time with the deep hum. The Logothete's machine was not just in the temple. Its influence was bleeding down into the very earth, infecting it. They moved forward, their footsteps muffled by the thick silence between the hums. The passage began to widen, opening into a vast cavern. Here, the work of ancient hands was visible. Great cyclopean pillars, carved from the living rock, held up the unseen weight of the mountain.
They were not fluted and elegant like the pillars of the sunlit world, but thick and powerful, carved with unsettling, abstract patterns of coils and eyes. Faint traces of ochre murals could be seen on the cavern walls, depictions of a great serpent, not as a monster to be slain, but as a divinity being worshipped by faceless figures. This was the temple before the temple, the lair of the python that Apollo had slain to claim the site. They were walking through a wound in history. The path led them towards a chasm that split the cavern floor. A single, narrow bridge of rock, no wider than a man's shoulders, spanned the darkness. From the depths of the chasm rose a faint, sickly vapor, and the rhythmic hum was far stronger here, a palpable pressure against the eardrums. "The navel," Kynthia breathed, pointing to the chasm. "The fissure from which the divine breath, the pneuma, rises. This is what the Pythia breathed." She gestured to the bridge. "The serpent's spine. We must cross." Lykaon went first, the hydra spear held low for balance. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the hum intensified, and the world seemed to tilt. It wasn't just a sound, it was a disorienting frequency that interfered with his senses. Vertigo washed over him. The bridge vibrated beneath his feet, not violently, but with a steady, nauseating resonance that made the solid stone feel like it might dissolve into sand at any moment. And then came the whispers. They were not in his ears, but inside his head, riding the wave of the hum. At first, they were just fragments, echoes of the sanctioned patrol, of the smith's grim words. But then a new voice joined them, a voice that was cold and sweet as poisoned honey. It was the spear. "See how their logic fails?" it whispered, its voice a silken thread of thought. "A simple vibration and their minds crumble. Their order is a house of sticks. You bring the storm. You are the truth." He took another careful step, his eyes fixed on the far side of the chasm. He could feel the weapon's hunger, its desire to be unleashed in the sterile, ordered world above. It showed him visions, the clean gray tunics of the sanctioned stained with black, veined corruption, the cold eyes of Damon widening in illogical terror, the entire sterile city consumed by a primal, chaotic violence, with himself at its center, a king of the ruins. "Lykaon!" Kynthia's voice was sharp, cutting through the haze. He looked back. She had taken a step onto the bridge and faltered, one hand pressed to her temple. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a different kind of horror. "The whispers," she gasped. "They are taking the prophecies, twisting them. I can hear the fall of cities, the death of heroes, but there is no grandeur, no tragedy, only cessation, a final entry in a ledger." The Logothete's machine was not just blocking the oracle, it was poisoning it, using its own power to broadcast despair. The hum was a carrier wave for a message of utter hopelessness. Lykaon pushed the spear's seductive whispers aside. He saw Kynthia not as a priestess, but as the old woman from the road, the one he had chosen to protect. His pack. He stepped back, his footing sure now, his purpose clear. He took her arm. "Don't listen," he said, his voice a low command. "It is a lie. It is the sound of a trap. Listen to the stone. Feel your feet. Nothing else." He guided her, one step at a time. He focused on the physical world, the rough texture of the rock, the cold damp of her sleeve, the strain in his own wounded leg.
He used these simple, tactile truths as an anchor against the psychic storm. The spear seethed on his back, its whispers growing angry and insistent, but he ignored them. He was a hunter, and this was the stalk. You did not let the bloodlust ruin the hunt. They reached the other side, stumbling onto solid ground. Kynthia leaned against the cavern wall, breathing heavily, her face ashen. "Thank you," she managed. "The path of faith requires faith." Mine was faltering. Lykaon merely nodded, his eyes scanning ahead. The tunnel continued, but it was different now. It was no longer a natural passage, but a hewn corridor, the walls bearing the marks of bronze chisels. The low blue light was brighter here, pulsing from ahead. The hum was a constant, powerful drone.
They were getting closer. The corridor ended abruptly in a wall of polished obsidian. It was a perfect, seamless surface, and it reflected their images like a dark mirror. Lykaon saw himself, gaunt and grim, the pale fang of the spear jutting over his shoulder like a bone growing from his own body. But in the reflection, his eyes glowed with a faint predatory light that was not his own. Kynthia placed her hand on the wall. "This is not ancient," she said. "This is new. He has sealed the old way." Her face hardened. "But he built his wall upon a foundation he does not understand." She knelt and pointed to the base of the obsidian wall. A channel, no wider than a hand, was cut into the floor, a conduit for the trickle of water from the dying Castalian spring. All things in Delphi are connected. He cannot stop the water completely, not yet. Lykaon understood. He knelt and plunged his arm into the shallow, lukewarm water of the channel, feeling along the base of the obsidian wall. His fingers, numb from the chill, traced the slick stone. He felt the chisel marks of the channel's edge, then the unnervingly smooth face of the obsidian. He slid his hand deeper, his arm submerged to the elbow, probing the unseen space where the wall met the floor. At first, there was nothing. Then, his fingertips brushed against it, a small, square protuberance of metal, colder than the stone, embedded in the floor of the channel itself. It was not a lever or a button. He pressed on it, but it was solid. He tried to turn it, but it would not budge. It was a lock, but one without a keyhole. He thought of the Logothete's cold logic, his dismissal of anything inefficient. Such a man would not build a secret door. This was older. He closed his eyes, ignoring the thrumming in his skull, and focused on the feel of the metal. There was a faint groove in its center. A hunter's intuition, the same instinct that told him how a snare's trigger worked, took over. It wasn't about force, it was about sequence. He pressed his thumb firmly onto the center of the square. Then, with the forefinger of the same hand, he traced the edge of the channel, downstream, for the length of his own forearm. He found a second, identical square of metal. Holding the first one down, he pressed the second. A low, hydraulic hiss, barely audible over the hum, came from the wall. He felt a deep, resonant click travel through the stone and water. The obsidian wall did not swing open. It split down a central, invisible seam, the two halves retracting silently and smoothly into the rock on either side, revealing the chamber beyond. The transition was jarring. They stepped from the ancient, breathing dark of the python's lair
into a place of cold, calculated brilliance. The cavern on this side was vast, but its natural architecture had been brutally suppressed. The floor was paved with smooth gray flagstones arranged in a precise geometric mosaic. The walls were lined with racks of scrolls, each one neatly tied and labeled with a bronze tag. But the center of the chamber was dominated by the machine. The great chasm was still there, but it had been contained. A massive inverted cone of crystal, humming with a terrifying intensity, was suspended directly over the fissure, its point hovering just above the rock. The sickly vapors of the pneuma were being drawn up into it, swirling within the crystal like a captured storm. From the base of this primary crystal, a web of thick bronze conduits snaked outwards, pulsing with the same rhythmic blue light. These conduits fed into a series of smaller crystal arrays, each one surrounded by complex astrolabes and what looked like water clocks of an intricate alien design. Manning these stations were a dozen figures in the same gray tunics as the sanctioned. They were not warriors. They were thin, scholarly men and women, their faces illuminated by the blue glow, their movements economical and utterly absorbed. They made minute adjustments to the astrolabes, noted readings on wax tablets, and monitored the flow of light through the conduits. They moved like ghosts in a machine, their individual wills entirely subsumed by their function. Lykaon pulled Kynthia back into the shadows of the lava tube. The air here was different. It was dry and sterile, and the ozone tang was so strong it made the hairs on his arms stand up. The hum was no longer a background noise. It was the room's heartbeat, a constant, crushing presence. Madness, Kynthia breathed, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. This is a blasphemy beyond reckoning. He is not just blocking the oracle, he is filtering it, distilling it. Lykaon watched, his hunter's eyes taking every detail. He saw how the raw, chaotic energy swirling in the main crystal was channeled. As it passed through the bronze conduits and into the smaller arrays, its wild, multi-hued light was forced into a simple, binary pulse of blue and black. The acolytes at the stations were not interpreting prophecies, they were recording data. So much easier this way, the spear whispered in his mind, its tone of cool admiration. No messy ambiguity, no room for interpretation, just results. He is a predator of a different kind. He hunts the future itself. Lykaon ignored it. He studied the acolytes. They were focused, but their focus was narrow. They paid attention only to their designated station. Their patrol routes between racks and crystals were predictable, their heads bowed, their minds on their calculations. They were a flock of sheep, unaware of the wolf at the fold's edge. "Look," Kynthia whispered, her voice trembling as she pointed. "By the Furies, look what he has done." Lykaon followed her gaze. At the far side of the chamber, raised on a dais of black marble, was the machine's final stage. It was a massive, perfectly spherical lens of polished crystal. All the conduits converged upon it, feeding their processed, pulsing blue light into its core. And clamped to the very top of this sphere, acting as a final, crucial focusing element, was a weapon Lykaon recognized from 1,000 tales and temple carvings. It was the Spear of Ares. It was not as he had imagined. It was not a grand, ornate polearm dripping with celestial power. It was a brutally pragmatic weapon. The shaft was of a dark, unidentifiable wood, scarred and worn from the grip of a god. The head was a long, leaf-shaped blade of celestial bronze, its edges honed to an impossible keenness. There was no gold, no jewels, only a deadly, functional perfection. But it was the power radiating from it that stole the breath. It did not glow or hum. It radiated a pure, undiluted concept: conflict. It was the focal point of every battle ever fought, the embodiment of the glorious, terrible instant a killing blow is struck. And the Logothete was using it as a component. The raw, divine potential of the oracle, stripped of its nuance and poetry, was being channeled through the very essence of conflict. The result, projected from the spherical lens, was not a prophecy, but a command. It manifested as a shimmering, barely visible heat haze that rose towards the temple ceiling, a beam of pure, weaponized fate. He's not just predicting the future, Lykaon realized, the cold horror of it settling in his bones. He's writing it. He's using the spear to cut a single path through all possibilities. He finds the point of conflict, a border dispute, a merchant's rivalry, a king's ambition, and he focuses the oracle's power on it until it erupts into war. He is not bringing peace. He is culling the chaos by burning the fields. And the world outside thinks it is the will of the gods or the folly of men, Kynthia finished, her voice hollow. They do not know that their rage is being farmed. They watched for a long time from the darkness, a silent council of two against a new and terrible god. The acolytes moved in their predictable patterns. The machine thrummed its relentless, soul-deadening rhythm. Lykaon knew a frontal assault was suicide. Even if he could fight his way through the acolytes, a single alarm would bring dozens of combat-trained sanctioned. And to simply smash the machine, he had no idea what unleashing that much raw, unfiltered power would do. It could level the mountain. He needed to get to the spear. He needed to remove it from the mechanism. That was the only objective that mattered. The dais was the most protected point in the room. 2 acolytes were stationed there permanently, monitoring the final lens. There was no cover between the entrance and the dais. It was a killing ground. "Let me drink of them," the Hydra Tooth urged, its voice thick with lust. "Let their blood oil the gears. A moment of glorious violence, and the prize is yours. Why do you hesitate? Are you a wolf or a mouse?" "No," Lykaon breathed, so low Kynthia could not hear. He would not be a tool of chaos to fight a tyrant. He would be a hunter. And a hunter uses the terrain. He uses the prey's own habits against him. His eyes scanned the chamber again, not at the acolytes or the spear, but at the structure of the machine itself. The conduits. The thick bronze tubes snaked across the floor, raised on small stone supports. They pulsed with light, with power. They were the arteries of this place. And where they connected to the central crystal, they were shrouded in a haze of raw energy. But further out, as they approached the secondary arrays, they were just pipes. He saw a pattern. Every hour, signaled by the chiming of one of the water clocks, there was a shift change. 2 acolytes would leave their stations and go to a small alcove to eat a meager meal of bread and water. During this 5-minute interval, their stations were left unmanned.
One of those stations was tucked behind a large crystal array near the cavern wall, not 50 paces from where they hid. It was the only shadow in the entire calculated design, the only flaw, a single small oversight. "The water clock," he whispered to Kynthia, pointing. "When it chimes, the 2 on the left are relieved. Their post will be empty. I'm going to use the conduits for cover." Kynthia looked at the path he was considering. It was a desperate gamble. He would have to crawl on his belly beneath the conduits, in the narrow space between them and the floor, hoping the hum and the pulsing light would mask his movement. "It is not enough to reach the post," she said, her mind racing. "You will still be a stone's throw from the dais, with no way to cross the open floor." "I won't need to cross it," Lykaon said, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's cold fire. He pointed to the ceiling, directly above the dais and the spear. A thick bronze chain, part of the system used to initially lower the focusing lens into place, was still attached to a winch mechanism high in the darkness of the cavern's roof. "I am not a soldier who walks the open ground. I am a wolf that climbs." Kynthia's eyes, reflecting the cold blue light, held a flicker of grim understanding. It was a mad plan, born of a hunter's logic, not a soldier's. It relied on stealth, timing, and a healthy disregard for the sanctity of the enemy's ordered world. She gave a single sharp nod. "The gods favor the bold, the old gods at least." They waited. The minutes stretched into an eternity, each pulse of the machine a hammer blow against the silence. Lykaon's muscles bunched and released, his body a coiled spring. He watched the designated water clock, a complex device of glass bulbs and bronze tubes, where a single drop of water fell with agonizing slowness. Then a clear, metallic chime echoed through the cavern. Instantly, two acolytes on the left flank of the room set down their styluses, turned in perfect synchronicity, and walked towards the refreshment alcove. Their movements were without haste or relief, just the programmed execution of their next task. "Now," Kynthia breathed. Lykaon didn't need the encouragement. He slid from the shadows of the tunnel mouth like a serpent, his body flat to the cold flagstones. The first few feet were open, a terrifying expanse of gray. He covered it in 2 heartbeats, his movements fluid and silent, before reaching the shadow cast by the first massive conduit. He slipped under it. The world changed. He was in a cage of bronze and stone. The conduit was a hand's breadth above his back, vibrating with the immense power flowing through it. The rhythmic blue light was no longer a distant pulse, but a blinding, strobing glare that flashed through the gap between the pipe and the floor, threatening to reveal his silhouette. The hum was a physical force that rattled his teeth and made his vision swim. He began to crawl. It was a predator's crawl, on elbows and toes, keeping his profile as low as possible. The flagstones were slick with a thin, oily condensation from the machine's workings. Each movement was a calculated risk. A scrape of a boot, a clink of the quiver on his back against the stone would be his death sentence. Faster, the spear hissed in his mind, its voice a counterpoint to the machine's drone. They are sheep. A wolf does not crawl among sheep, it scatters them. Rise, kill, end this. Lykaon gritted his teeth, pushing the voice away. He focused on the patterns, the flash of light, the brief moment of shadow. He moved only in the shadow. He passed under the first junction, the hum growing to a painful, high-pitched whine. He could feel the energy in the conduit above him, a contained sun that made the fine hairs on his neck prickle. He was an insect crawling on the skin of a leviathan. From the tunnel mouth, Kynthia watched his slow progress. She knew he needed more than just a gap in the patrol. He needed a distraction. The acolytes were disciplined, but their attention was focused entirely on their instruments. She reached into the small pouch at her belt and retrieved a sliver of polished obsidian,
a divining glass, no larger than her thumbnail. It was a tool of the old ways, meant for scrying in moonlight. Here, it would serve a different purpose. Holding it between thumb and forefinger, she angled it, catching the pulsing blue light from the conduits. She aimed the reflection at the far wall of the cavern, high above the racks of scrolls, to a spot where the natural, unpaved rock was still visible. She began to tremble her hand, just slightly, causing the reflected point of light to flicker and dance in a chaotic, unpredictable pattern. It was a tiny thing, a firefly of light in the vast, humming chamber. An anomaly. It took almost a minute. Then, one of the acolytes near the center of the room paused, his head tilted. He tapped his stylus against his tablet, then looked at his instruments again. The readings were stable, but the flicker in his peripheral vision, it was illogical. It corresponded to no known output. He stood, his expression one of mild analytical confusion, and took a few steps away from his post, his gaze lifted towards the dancing light. Another acolyte noticed his colleague's deviation and also looked up. For a precious handful of seconds, two pairs of eyes were turned away from the chamber floor. It was the opening Lykaon needed. He surged forward, covering the last stretch of open ground and sliding into the deep shadow of the unmanned station.
He pressed himself against the cold metal base of the crystal array, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was in. He risked a slow look around the edge of the console. His new position gave him a chillingly intimate view of the machine. He could see the intricate etchings on the astrolabes, the faint shimmer of the air around the humming crystals. He could see the faces of the acolytes. They were young, most of them, their expressions not of evil, but of a profound and hollowed-out concentration. They were the first citizens of the Logothete's new world, passionless, efficient, and entirely blind. His gaze snapped to the chain. It hung directly above the dais, its dark links almost invisible against the cavern's shadowed ceiling. It was his only path. He shrugged the bow and quiver from his back, moving with painstaking slowness. He drew an arrow, then hesitated. He needed a line. He looked at his gear. The leather straps binding his bedroll, too thick. The sinew cord on his water skin, too short. His eyes fell on the station itself. A dozen thin bronze styluses were laid in a neat row, each connected by a fine waxed linen cord to the tablet they were used on, to prevent them from being misplaced, an inefficiency the Logothete had evidently tolerated. The cord was thin but strong. He took his knife, the blade making no sound as he carefully sliced 3 of the cords free. He knotted them together, his fingers accustomed to tying snares, working quickly and silently. It wasn't long, but it would be enough. He tied one end to the arrow's shaft, just behind the head, and the other he looped around his wrist. He was about to rise to a low crouch to take his shot, when a new sound cut through the drone of the machine. It was the sound of the obsidian door sliding open again. Lykaon froze, melting back into the shadows of the console. Kynthia, still at the entrance, shrank back into the darkness of the lava tube, her heart a cold stone in her chest. A figure stepped into the chamber. He was not dressed in the simple gray of the acolytes. He wore a tunic of stark, unadorned white, its cleanliness an affront and the pulsating blue light. He was a tall man, neither young nor old, with a lean, ascetic build. His head was shaved, and his face was a study in serene intensity. He had a scholar's brow and a philosopher's beard, but his eyes were ancient and cold, and they moved with a dispassionate slowness, taking in the entire chamber not as a place but a single functioning system. It was the Logothete.
"Report," he said. His voice was calm, melodic, yet held no warmth. It was another instrument perfectly modulated to convey information. The acolyte who had first noticed Kynthia's distraction stepped forward. "Lord Logothete, all outputs are nominal. The Thessalian warder conflict is escalating at a rate of 1.7% above projection. We have initiated a micro-adjustment, focusing a 0.03 pneuma share on a grain blight in the argolid to divert resources and ensure the conflict does not prematurely conclude." "Acceptable," the Logothete said. He walked towards the central dais, his sandals making no sound on the flagstones. He moved with a liquid grace that was at odds with the rigid order he had imposed on the world. And the anomaly. Section Gamma, Chart 9. A spectral flicker was noted. "Unidentified, my lord," the acolyte replied. "It ceased moments ago. We found no corresponding energy fluctuation. It is likely a refractive anomaly from the main crystal interacting with atmospheric particulates." The Logothete stopped beside the dais, placing a hand on the great spherical lens. The pulsing blue light within seemed to calm at his touch. "There are no anomalies," he said softly. "There are only variables you have failed to account for." He looked up at the spear of Ares, his expression unreadable. The primary focusing element remains temperamental. Its inherent nature is chaotic. It resists integration. He ran a single long finger along the edge of the celestial bronze spearhead. Ares, the glorious, simple-minded butcher, a god of pure impulse. He creates 1,000 possibilities with every swing of his arm. I create one. He looked back at his acolytes. War is not an outburst of passion. It is a tool, a scalpel to carve away the fat of a decadent and unpredictable world. We are not destroying. We are refining.
Lykaon watched, his hand clenched so tightly on his bow that his knuckles were white. This was the man who had stolen the world's courage, who was farming the rage of men like cattle. The cold, venomous voice of his own spear was silent for once, as if listening to a kindred spirit. The Logothete's cold gaze swept the room. The system is approaching a state of perfect equilibrium. Soon, the petty wills of men and the capricious whims of the gods will be irrelevant. There will be only the equation and its elegant, inevitable solution. His eyes, moving methodically from one station to the next, passed over the unmanned console where Lykaon hid. For a terrifying second, his gaze seemed to linger on the deeper shadow. Lykaon held his breath, his every muscle screaming at him to remain still. The Logothete's head tilted, a flicker of analytical curiosity in his eyes. He saw the 3 styluses on the tablet, their cords neatly severed. It was a detail, a tiny, insignificant detail in a room of overwhelming data. But it was wrong. It was an imperfection. Slowly, deliberately, the Logothete began to walk towards the station. Time stretched thin, each pulse of the machine a lifetime. Lykaon remained a statue of coiled muscle, his world reduced to the approaching white tunic and the cold logic in those ancient eyes. The Hydra spear on his back was silent, a predator holding its breath alongside him. It knew, as he did, that the moment for stealth had passed. The hunter had been spotted. The only choice left was to become the wolf. The Logothete was 10 paces away when Lykaon moved.
He didn't rise to attack, he rose to act. In a single, fluid motion that was the culmination of 1,000 hunts, he pivoted on one knee, brought the bow up, drew, and released. There was no conscious thought, only the pure instinctual geometry of the shot. The arrow, trailing its thin linen cord, was a flicker of brown against the pulsating blue light, aimed not at a man, but at the dark void of the cavern ceiling. The Logothete stopped. His head did not snap up in alarm. It tilted, his eyes tracking the arrow's trajectory with the calm curiosity of a mathematician observing a thrown stone. He processed the angle, the target, the attached cord. He understood the plan in the instant of its execution. Variable, active, he said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the hum. Protocol epsilon, neutralize. The acolytes, jolted from their programmed trance, turned. For a heartbeat, there was only confusion on their faces. They were scholars, not soldiers. But the Logothete's command was an override, a switch thrown in their minds. Their expressions went blank, their bodies moving with a sudden, jerky purpose. They began to converge on Lykaon's position, armed with their heavy bronze styluses and the absolute certainty of their master's logic. From the mouth of the lava tube, Kynthia saw Lykaon's desperate gambit. She saw the acolytes moving to surround him. She knew that her hunter, for all his skill, would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers in this enclosed space. She stepped out of the darkness. She did not shout or charge. She walked calmly to the edge of the chasm, the serpent's spine bridge to her left, the vast humming machine to her right. She stood on the very precipice of the fissure from which the pneuma rose, the spot where the Logothete's crystal cone was doing its work of violation. She closed her eyes. "You who sleep," she whispered, her voice a low thrum that was instantly swallowed by the machine's drone. "You who dream beneath the stone. A parasite drinks your breath. A thief counts your heartbeats. Remember your rage. Remember your name." She knelt, pressing both palms flat against the flagstones. It was an act of supplication, of connection. She was not commanding the earth, she was reminding it that it was alive. She poured her own life, her own faith, her own memory of a world full of wild, unpredictable power into the stone beneath her. A high metallic twang echoed through the cavern. Lykaon's arrow had found its mark, the broadhead biting deep into a wooden support beam near the winch, the line dangling tantalizingly close to the chain. But the acolytes were almost upon him. He kicked over the console, sending tablets and styluses scattering across the floor. It was a pathetic barricade, but it broke their synchronized advance. Then Kynthia's prayer was answered. A tremor ran through the floor, a deep geological shudder that had nothing to do with the machine. A crack, thin as a hair, appeared in the flagstone beneath her palms and raced across the floor, straight towards the base of the central crystal. The low, rhythmic hum of the machine faltered. The steady blue pulse sputtered, and for a second, a riot of chaotic, unspeakable colors swirled within the crystal, the raw, unfiltered chaos of prophecy. The hum returned, but it was different now. It was a discordant shriek, a sound of immense power being torn apart. The effect on the acolytes was immediate. They stumbled, hands flying to their heads. Their faces, once blank, were now masks of agony. The Logothete's sterile, logical frequency was being jammed by a broadcast of pure, primal truth. They were hearing it all, the birth screams of stars, the final thoughts of drowning sailors, the gibbering of mad kings, the endless, patient grinding of mountains into dust. System instability at 34% and rising, the Logothete observed, his voice utterly calm. He looked at Kynthia, a flicker of genuine intellectual respect in his cold eyes. A fascinating approach.
Attempting to reintroduce a chaotic spiritual element directly into the primary filter, primitive but not illogical. He made a complex gesture with one hand. Two of the acolytes, their faces streaming with tears and blood from their noses, managed to straighten up. Their conditioning, stronger than the others, reasserted itself. "Contain the source," the Logothete commanded, gesturing to Kynthia. "Recalibrate the primary flow. This variable must be integrated." Lykaon did not wait to see what would happen. This was his chance. He lunged for the dangling cord, the chaos his only cover. He grabbed it and hauled, pulling the heavier winch chain towards him. As his fingers closed around a cold iron link, the cavern convulsed again. The overloaded crystal could no longer contain the pneuma. The energy did not explode outwards, it imploded, and then erupted upwards, not as light, but as visions. The air thickened, shimmering like hot asphalt. Phantoms flickered into existence throughout the chamber. A hoplite in archaic bronze armor charged a Persian immortal, their silent death cries echoing in the mind. A trireme, its oars splintering, sank beneath a phantom sea near the scroll racks. A city of silver and marble burned, its smoke tasting of ash and despair. The raw stuff of history and future, unfiltered by logic, was bleeding into the present. Lykaon began to climb, hand over hand, his injured leg protesting with a blaze of agony. He was climbing through a battlefield of ghosts. A spectral arrow hissed past his ear. The cold touch of a dying man's phantom hand brushed his cheek. The machine shrieked, and the visions intensified, overlapping, a collage of 1,000 tragedies. The two loyal acolytes, shaking off the psychic assault, advanced on Kynthia. The old woman did not move. She remained kneeling, her face a serene, pale oval in the swirling madness, her life a dam holding back an ocean of chaos. "You are erasing history," one of the acolytes said, his voice trembling, a stylus held like a dagger. "The Logothete, he is giving it meaning." "He is giving it a final page," Kynthia replied, her eyes still closed. "You cannot find meaning by killing the story." Lykaon reached the winch mechanism, his arms burning. Below him, the scene was one of pure bedlam. Most of the acolytes were on the floor, writhing, their minds shattered by the raw, untamed oracle. The machine pulsed and screamed, flashes of lightning arcing between the conduits. And through it all, the Logothete stood by the dais, watching Lykaon's ascent, his expression unchanged. He was not trying to stop him. He was observing. He was collecting data. Lykaon swung his body, using the chain's momentum to carry him out over the open floor, over the heads of the spectral combatants. He was aiming for the dais, for the spear. As he swung closer, he felt its power. It was no longer a passive component. Awakened by the surge of raw, chaotic energy, the spear of Eris was radiating a palpable aura of pure, incandescent rage. It was a psychic heat that seared the mind, a divine fury that demanded blood. The whispers of the Hydra tooth returned, no longer seductive, but frantic, terrified, too loud, too bright, it burns, turn back.
The chaotic little spirit of his own weapon was utterly cowed by the presence of its master's true power. Lykaon gritted his teeth against the overwhelming psychic pressure. He felt his own anger, his grief for his village, his frustration, all being drawn out, amplified, and reflected back at him 1,000-fold. The spear was a vortex of conflict, and it threatened to drown him in his own rage. He let go of the chain. He dropped the last 10 feet, landing in a crouch on the black marble of the dais. He was a breath away from the spear. The machine shrieked at an unbearable crescendo. The spherical lens at the heart of the dais cracked, a network of fine, bright lines spreading across its surface. He reached out, his hand shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer effort of keeping his own will against the god weapon's psychic onslaught. His fingers brushed the scarred, dark wood of the shaft. Power, raw and absolute, flooded his being. It was not the slithering, venomous power of the Hydra tooth. This was the power of the earthquake, the volcano, the charging phalanx. It was the brutal, glorious certainty of the kill. The whispers of the Hydra tooth returned, no longer seductive, but frantic, terrified, too loud, too bright, it burns, turn back. The chaotic little spirit of his own weapon was utterly cowed by the presence of its master's true power. Lykaon gritting its teeth against the overwhelming psychic pressure. He felt his own anger, his grief for his village, his frustration, all being drawn out, amplified, and reflected back at him 1,000-fold. The spear was a vortex of conflict, and it threatened to drown him in his own rage. He let go of the chain. He dropped the last 10 feet, landing in a crouch on the black marble of the dais. He was a breath away from the spear. The machine's shriek reached an unbearable crescendo. The spherical lens at the heart of the dais cracked, a network of fine, bright lines spreading across its surface. He reached out, his hand shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer effort of keeping his own will against the god weapon's psychic onslaught. His fingers brushed the scarred, dark wood of the shaft. Power, raw and absolute, flooded his being. It was not the slithering, venomous power of the Hydra tooth. This was the power of the earthquake, the volcano, the charging phalanx. It was the brutal, glorious certainty of the kill.
At the edge of the chasm, one of the acolytes lunged, plunging his stylus towards Kynthia's back. The Logothete smiled. It was a terrifying sight, a slight, precise, upward curve of his lips. It was the smile of a mathematician who has just seen all the chaotic variables of an equation suddenly, beautifully resolve themselves. He looked at Lykaon, at the weapon in his hand, at the breaking machine, and at his own imminent victory. "Yes," the Logothete whispered to the storm. "Now we begin." The moment Lykaon's fingers closed around the shaft, the world did not explode. It snapped into focus. The shrieking of the machine, the ghostly cries of the phantoms, the grinding of the tormented rock, they ceased to be a cacophony. They became a symphony of tactical data. He could feel the stress fractures in the cavern roof, see the lines of psychic agony on the faces of the fallen acolytes, and sense the precise, murderous intent of the man lunging at Kynthia as if it were a taut string pulled between them. He did not think, he did not command, he simply willed Kynthia's survival, and the spear responded. The acolyte with the stylus did not falter. His lunge was perfect. His weapon plunged downwards, aimed for the base of Kynthia's neck. But at the last possible instant, his companion, the second loyalist who had been moving to flank her, suddenly screamed, a sound of pure confusion and betrayal. He had not been attacked. He had simply, inexplicably, identified his fellow acolyte as the primary threat. He threw himself sideways, not to help, but to intercept. The stylus, intended for Kynthia, buried itself to the hilt in the second acolyte's chest. The man who had struck the blow stared at his own hand, at his dead comrade, his face a canvas of utter disbelief. He had followed his orders. He had acted to contain the source. His logic was flawless, yet the result was catastrophic failure. The paradox shattered his conditioning. He dropped the stylus, stumbled backwards, and collapsed, his mind a ruin. Lykaon felt a cold, exhilarating thrill run up his arm from the spear. It had not cast a spell. It had not moved a muscle. It had simply found the infinitesimal seed of conflict, the professional rivalry, the sublimated ambition, the sheer stress of the situation between the two men, and nurtured it into a fatal bloom in the space of a single heartbeat. It was the purest expression of war, turning strength against itself. The integration is successful, the Logothete said, his voice cutting through the chaos with chilling calm. He was looking at Lykaon, his eyes bright with the light of discovery. The chaotic biological component has successfully bonded with the divine focusing element. The vessel is magnificent. Lykaon turned his head, the motion stiff, unfamiliar. The world looked different through the spear's lens. The swirling phantoms were no longer distractions. They were echoes of power, patterns he could almost read. The collapsing machine was a dying beast, its death throes predictable. He saw the Logothete not as a man, but as a nexus of opposing force, a general on the other side of the field. "You wanted this," Lykaon stated. It was not a question. The spear provided the answer. It showed him the long, elegant lines of the Logothete's plan, the years of calculation. The sanctioned, daemon, the bone serpent, they weren't just obstacles, they were tests, probes designed to measure him, to shape him, to herd him towards this exact moment. "I wanted a solution," the Logothete corrected, taking a step back from the cracking days. "This machine is a crude necessity. It requires constant maintenance, recalibration. It is a static defense against the tide of chaos. But you are a weapon, mobile, adaptive, self-sustaining. You are the scalpel I have forged to excise the very concept of chance from the world." A huge slab of rock detached from the ceiling and crashed down onto one of the secondary crystal arrays, shattering it in a shower of sparks and vaporized bronze. The discordant shriek of the machine deepened into a death rattle. The oracle's power, the pneuma, needed to be refined, distilled, but its energy cannot be stored. It must be channeled. I have spent years channeling it into a single, perfect command, a purpose. And now, with this cavern collapsing, the machine will pour all of its accumulated, focused power into the only stable vessel remaining. He smiled again, that precise, bloodless curve of the lips. "Into you, warrior. You will leave this mountain not as a hunter from Sparta, but as the living embodiment of a single, divine directive, to seek out conflict and impose upon it a final, logical outcome. My outcome." Lykaon felt it happening. A pressure was building in his mind, a cold, alien logic trying to overwrite his own thoughts. It was the distilled purpose of the machine, seeking to imprint itself on him through the conduit of the spear. Order, certainty, conclusion. The words were like ice in his veins. But the spear of Eris was a god of chaos, not order. It resisted. It roared back with its own primal directive. Struggle, dominate, conquer. A war had begun within his own soul. The cold logic of the Logothete versus the hot-blooded fury of the god of war. He was the battlefield. He cried out, a raw, guttural sound of agony, dropping to one knee on the dais. The spear felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, its power a torrent threatening to tear him apart. "Come, hunter," Kynthia's voice cut through his internal storm. She had risen, her face pale and drawn, but her eyes were clear. She was at the base of the dais, her hand extended. "The wolf does not belong to the trapper. Your pack is waiting." Pack. The word resonated deep within him, a fundamental truth that both the spear and the machine had overlooked. He was not just a weapon. He was Lykaon. He thought of his village, of the smith's daughter, of the promise he had made. It was an anchor of simple, illogical loyalty in a sea of overwhelming power and purpose. He gripped the spear, and for the first time, it was he who was the master. He rose, his eyes blazing. "I am not your scalpel," he snarled at the Logothete. The Logothete's smile finally faded, replaced by an expression of faint disappointment. The variable remains recalcitrant, a flaw in the biological component. No matter. It will be corrected in time. He turned his back on them, walking calmly towards the obsidian doorway. "The exit you used is now sealed. The mountain is collapsing. This chamber will be your tomb. A fittingly chaotic end. But your story is not over. It has simply been acquired. I will have my weapon." With a final, grinding groan, the two halves of the obsidian door slid shut, plunging the passage behind them into absolute darkness and sealing them in. The main crystal at the heart of the machine finally gave way. It did not explode. It imploded, collapsing in on itself with a sound like the world drawing a final breath. For a terrifying second, there was absolute silence and darkness. Then the contained energy erupted. A column of pure white light shot through with screaming phantom faces, blasted upwards, punching a hole through the cavern roof and, presumably, through the floor of the temple above. The cavern began to die in earnest. The flagstones buckled, the remaining conduits snapped, whipping about like bronze serpents. Kynthia stumbled, and Lykaon caught her, his strength immense. He pulled her behind one of the great cyclopean pillars as a shower of rock and debris rained down where they had been standing. "There's another way," Kynthia yelled over the roar of the collapsing world. She pointed towards the chasm, towards the narrow stone bridge of the serpent spine they had crossed earlier. "The lair of the python is ancient. Its foundations are deeper than his. It will hold." Lykaon looked. The bridge was still there, but the chasm had widened. The jump to reach it was now twice what it had been. He looked at Kynthia, at her frail form. She would never make it. The spear in his hand pulsed, a steady, powerful beat like a second heart.
It showed him the way. It showed him the falling rocks not as threats, but as a staircase. It showed him the gusts of dust and wind not as obstacles, but as currents to be ridden. It showed him the strength in his own limbs, a strength he had never known he possessed. He scooped Kynthia into his arms. She was as light as a child. He did not hesitate. He ran, not away from the falling debris, but towards it. He leapt onto a freshly fallen slab of stone, then onto the side of a buckling pillar, his movements a brutal parkour that defied gravity. He was no longer just a man. He was an avatar of violence and motion, every step an act of defiance against a world that was trying to crush him. He reached the edge of the widened chasm. The serpent's spine seemed a mile away. He gathered himself, the power of the spear flowing into his legs. He jumped. For a moment, they hung suspended in the roaring dark, the chasm yawning beneath them, a straight drop into the planet's screaming heart. Then his sandals hit the stone of the bridge with a force that should have shattered his bones. He stumbled, but did not fall. He was across.
He set Kynthia down in the relative safety of the python's cavern. The tremors here were less severe, the ancient, powerful architecture holding strong. The death throes of the machine were a muffled roar behind them. He turned to look back. The Logothete's chamber was a hell of collapsing rock and fading stolen light. He had won. He had survived. He looked down at the spear in his hand. Its bronze head gleamed faintly in the gloom, seeming to drink the darkness. The overwhelming psychic roar had subsided, settling into a low, predatory hum that vibrated up his arm and into his soul. He felt powerful. He felt clear. He felt empty. The rage, the grief, the fear that had driven him here were gone, burned away by the spear's divine fire, replaced only by its cold, singular purpose. Lykaon? Kynthia's voice was soft. He looked at her, and for a moment he did not see an ally. He saw a weakness, a non-combatant, a drain on his resources. The thought was as cold and sharp as a shard of ice in his mind. He blinked, and the moment passed. He blinked, and the monstrous logic receded, leaving the taste of ash in his mouth. The man was still Lykaon, the hunter, and the woman before him was Kynthia, his guide, his ally. The revulsion at his own fleeting thought was a physical sickness. He took a half step back from her, as if he himself were the source of the poison. The spear in his hand was no longer a tool. It was a graft, a foreign organ suited to his soul, and it was already secreting its venom into his thoughts. The Logothete, he thinks he won, Lykaon said, his voice rough. He forced himself to meet her gaze, to prove he was still in control. He thinks he has me. And does he? Kynthia's question was soft, but it held the weight of the mountain. She did not look at the spear, but at his eyes, searching for the man she had led into the darkness. No, the word was a vow, a line drawn in the dust of the dying cavern. He looked at the weapon in his hand. It was beautiful in its lethality. The dark wood seemed to absorb the gloom, and the celestial bronze head held a predatory stillness. He could feel its nature now, not as whispers, but as a deep, resonant chord within him. It was not evil.
Evil implies a choice, a perversion of good. The spear was simpler. It was an instrument of pure, unadulterated purpose, and its purpose was to find the breaking point of all things. His own hydra-tooth spear, still strapped to his back, felt clumsy and crude by comparison, a splinter of bone next to a god's fang. With a deliberate motion, he unslung the old weapon, the trophy that had defined him, and let it fall to the cavern floor. It clattered on the stone, the sound small and insignificant in the face of the mountain's groans. His logic is a cage, Lykaon continued, thinking loud, trying to piece together the war that had been declared in his mind. The spear's fury is a storm. A cage cannot hold a storm, but a storm can shatter a cage and everything else with it. Then you must be the eye of that storm, Kynthia said, taking a cautious step towards him. You must be the calm at the center, or you will be torn apart. The weapon does not have a will, Lykaon. It has an instinct. It will amplify yours. You must give it a target worthy of a god, not just the rage of a man. Her words were a lifeline, a target, a hunt. That was a language he understood. He nodded, the motion sharp and decisive. We need to get out of here, the way we came. They moved back through the ancient lair, the tremors slowly subsiding. The path that had seemed so menacing on the way in now felt tame. The spear showed him everything, the subtle shifts in the rock that warned of instability, the acoustics of the tunnels that told him what was collapsing and what was holding firm. He moved with a new certainty, guiding Kynthia through the darkness with a preternatural awareness of the path. The lava tube was as they had left it, though the pulsing blue mold on the walls was now a dead gray fuzz. The Logothate's infection was gone, but the silence it left behind was profound. They reached the vertical shaft, the iron rungs ascending into the unseen world above. I will go first, he said. It was a statement of fact. He began to climb, the spear now slung across his back. It felt perfectly balanced, an extension of his own spine. As he climbed, the cold, analytical part of his mind, the ghost of the Logothate's machine, began its work. It was no longer a hostile invasion, but a quiet, insidious advisor. The woman's fatigue will slow the ascent by 38%. The probability of a rockfall from the upper shaft entrance is 14%. Her reduced reaction time places her at significant risk. You would be clear of the danger zone in 90 seconds alone. Lykaon's knuckles whitened on the iron rung. He stopped, closing his eyes for a second. Kynthia, he called down, his voice echoing in the shaft. Stay close behind me. Place your hands where I place mine. I will test the holds for you. He forced himself to climb slower, to think of her safety not as a tactical liability, but as the entire purpose of the ascent. Each time he reached for a new rung, he deliberately pulled on it, testing its stability before moving on. It was an inefficient, illogical process, and with every deliberate human motion, he felt a faint, cold resistance from the power within him, a dissonance, like a string being tuned. They emerged, covered in grime and stone dust, into the cool air of the coming night. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, streaked with the last vestiges of sunset. The world was quiet. The constant hum that had saturated the entire landscape for miles was gone. In its place was the chirping of crickets and the whisper of a wind that felt wilder, more alive.
Lykaon helped Kynthia out of the shaft, and she leaned against one of the megaliths, taking deep, shuddering breaths. He moved to the edge of the ridge, looking down upon the sanctuary of Delphi. It was ruin. Not the clean, calculated ruin of a battlefield, but the chaotic aftermath of a force of nature. The hole his borrowed power had blasted in the roof of Apollo's temple was a ragged, smoking wound. But the physical destruction was the least of it. The Logothete's machine had acted as a dam, holding back the raw, chaotic flood of the oracle. Now the dam was broken. The very air over the sanctuary shimmered. It was thick with possibilities, with the ghosts of things that were and might be. Lykaon could almost see them, fleeting images of births and deaths, of crowns won and lost, of crops failing and heroes falling, all overlapping in a mad visual scream. And the people below were drowning in it. The sanctioned encampment was a scene of bedlam. Soldiers in their gray tunics wandered in circles, talking to themselves. Some wept openly, their faces buried in their hands. Others stood like statues, their eyes wide and unfocused, staring into the infinite futures flickering before them. A captain drew his sword and studied its edge with the rapt fascination of a child seeing his own reflection for the first time, oblivious to the subordinate who was slowly creeping up behind him, his face a mask of paranoid rage. He did not just silence the god, Kynthia breathed, coming to stand beside him. He deprived the world of its mystery. And now the mystery has returned, all at once. It is too much for minds trained to see only one answer to every question. The spear of Eris on Lykaon's back grew warm. It was not a malevolent heat, but the eager warmth of a hound that has scented its quarry. It feasted on this. This was its natural habitat. It showed him the 1,000 nascent conflicts below with perfect, terrible clarity. It pointed out the captain's tactical blindness, the assassin's flawed approach, the structural weakness in a nearby watchtower where a single well-placed shove would send it tumbling down onto a supply wagon, creating a flashpoint of panic and accusation. The world was a tinderbox, and the spear was showing him exactly where to strike the spark. "They are lost," Lykaon said, his voice flat. He felt a profound detachment, the empathy of the hunter for his prey, but not for his kin. "They are terrified," Kynthia corrected gently. "They need a guide, not a butcher." Before he could answer, a sharp voice cut through the twilight. "You, hold there." Lykaon turned. Emerging from the shadow of a rock formation were 5 sanctioned soldiers. Their discipline was frayed, their movements jerky and uncertain, but they still held a line. At their head was Damon. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, but a core of rigid certainty still burned there. He was a man clinging to the wreckage of his worldview. His gaze fell upon Lykaon, then to the divine weapon on his back, its bronze head catching the last light of the sun. His expression hardened with the grim satisfaction of a man who has found the cause of his misery. "The variable," Damon said, his voice raspy. He pointed at Lykaon. "And the witch. You did this. You broke the world." Lykaon slowly, deliberately unslung the spear, holding it loosely in one hand, its base resting on the ground. The weapon felt alive, its low hum a vibration he could feel in the bones of his arm. It sang a song of triumph. The hunt had come to him. "The world was already broken," Lykaon replied, his voice calm.
You were just too blind to see the cracks. We had order, Damon spat, taking a step forward. We had purpose. Now, look at them. He gestured wildly towards the madhouse of the camp below. My men hear the sun dying in their heads. They see their own ghosts. You have unleashed madness upon us. That is the price of truth, Kynthia said, her voice firm. Damon ignored her. His eyes were locked on Lykaon. The Logothete gave us one final command before the system failed, a contingency.
Should the primary objective be compromised, we were to contain the asset. You are that asset. He drew his sword, its plain, functional design, a stark contrast to the living myth in Lykaon's hand. Surrender the weapon, and we will give you a clean death. The spear pulsed in Lykaon's grip. It showed him victory, a simple, elegant 5-step solution. A lunge, using the spear's length to bypass Damon's sword and strike his throat. A reverse pivot, the spear's butt spike shattering the jaw of the soldier on the left. A sweep to break the legs of the two in the middle. A final upward thrust for the last man. It would take less time than it took to draw a breath. It would be perfect. It would be easy. He felt the intoxicating pull of that perfection, the promise of a flawless, violent conclusion. His muscles tensed, his body already beginning to move, to flow into the pattern the spear had laid out for him. Lykaon! Kynthia's voice was sharp, not a plea, but a command. She grabbed his free arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Look at them! They are not your enemies. They are your fear made manifest. Kynthia's words were a splash of cold spring water in the furnace of his mind. The perfect 5-step ballet of death the spear offered him faltered. He looked past Damon's rigid posture, past the glint of drawn swords, and truly saw the other 4 men. The spear had labeled them as targets. Kynthia forced him to see them as victims. One was a boy, no older than Lykaon had been when he first learned to track boar, his knuckles white on his sword hilt, his eyes darting towards the shimmering, ghost-filled air over the sanctuary. Another, a scarred veteran, was trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on a point just past Lykaon's shoulder, a bead of sweat tracing a path through the grime on his temple. They were not a phalanx. They were a handful of drowning men, and Damon was forcing them to fight the ocean. They are a compromised unit. The cold logic of the Logothete whispered in his skull. Their combat effectiveness is reduced by 70%. The threat is minimal. However, their leader's resolve is absolute. He is the fulcrum. Remove him, and the structure collapses. He raises a sword to you. The spear hummed, its voice a rising tide of glorious rage. That is the only truth that matters. Answer him. Teach him the cost of defiance. Lykaon took a breath, the night air sharp in his lungs. He felt Kynthia's hand on his arm, an anchor of flesh and bone against the twin currents of divine fury and chilling calculation. He made a choice. He would not be the spear's butcher, nor the Logothete's asset. He would be the hunter. And a hunter knows that the deadliest trap is not the one that maims the body, but the one that breaks the spirit. He lifted the spear of Eris, not into a guard position, but holding it horizontally before him in both hands, an offering.
"Your master lied to you, Damon," Lykaon said, his voice imbued with a strange, resonant quality, a faint echo of the spear's power. "He promised you a world without chaos, but chaos is the blood of the world. He only offered you a corpse." "Blasphemy," Damon snarled, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He had seen the machine. He had felt its sterile hum die. He was standing in the proof of Lykaon's words. "You feel it now," Lykaon continued, taking a slow step forward. The 4 soldiers flinched as one. "The truth, all the truths you were shielded from. The oracle isn't speaking in riddles anymore. It's screaming." He focused his will, not on the act of killing, but on the concept of conflict itself, the very essence of the weapon he held. He did not ask it to strike, he asked it to show. He pushed the raw, chaotic energy of the newly freed oracle through the spear, using it not as a lens for a single command, but as a prism to refract the madness back at its source. The air around them warped. The bronze head of the spear did not glow. It seemed to become a hole in the world, a point of absolute focus. The shimmering phantoms over the sanctuary below coalesced, drawn to the spear like iron filings to a lodestone. They swirled around the 5 sanctioned, no longer distant flickers, but tangible nightmares. The young soldier cried out and stumbled back, dropping his sword. He was no longer on a mountain in Delphi. He was in a narrow alley in his home city, a phantom of a debt collector with a lead pipe, advancing on a cowering ghost that wore his father's face. The scarred veteran fell to his knees, clawing at his helmet, a spectral fire consuming his vision, the smell of burning ships and the screams of his dying crew filling his senses. The other 2 broke and ran, casting their weapons aside, their minds shattered by visions Lykaon could not see, but could feel, echoes of every betrayal, every failure, every moment of fear they had ever experienced, all happening at once. Only Damon stood his ground, though his sword arm trembling violently. "Tricks," he gasped, sweat plastering his hair to his brow. "Witchcraft." "No," Lykaon said, his voice now a low whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. He held the spear's tip towards Damon, and the world around the captain dissolved. Damon found himself standing not on the mountain, but in a pristine white chamber, the walls lined with empty scrolls. Across from him stood the Logothete, his expression serene. "You have served the equation well, Damon," the phantom Logothete said.
"Your loyalty is a predictable and therefore useful constant." "My lord," Damon breathed, his face a mask of desperate relief. "But the variable has proven superior," the phantom continued, its voice as cold as a tomb. "Your purpose is concluded. You are now an inefficiency, a loose thread in the great design. Your life is a rounding error. Erase it." The Logothete's phantom pointed a single imperious finger at Damon's own heart. The vision was a lie, a construct woven from Damon's own deepest fear, not of death, but of being found useless by the master he worshipped. It was the ultimate conflict, the spear turning Damon's faith into a weapon against himself. Damon screamed, a raw, ragged sound of a soul being torn in 2. He looked from the unwavering phantom to Lykaon, the man who was wielding this terrible truth. He saw the spear, and he finally understood. He was not fighting a man. He was fighting a god's logic, one far older and more terrible than the Logothetes. He turned and fled, not in a tactical retreat, but in a blind, headlong rout, scrambling down the rocks into the chaos of his broken encampment, his own master's final, damning judgment echoing in his mind. The moment he was gone, the phantoms vanished. The air grew still. The spear's hum subsided, leaving a silence that rang in Lykaon's ears. A wave of exhaustion, profound and absolute, washed over him. He staggered, the spear suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. His knees buckled, and he would have fallen had Kynthia not been there to catch him. "You did not kill them," she said, her voice filled with a weary relief as she helped him to a sitting position against a boulder. "No," Lykaon breathed, his head swimming. The effort of commanding the spear, of shaping its raw power into something other than a killing blow, had taken a brutal toll. It was like trying to gentle a hurricane with his bare hands. I showed them the war they were already fighting inside themselves. He looked down at his hands, then at the spear lying on the ground beside him. It looked inert, a simple piece of wood and bronze. But he knew better. He had won the first battle. He had imposed his will upon the god weapon. But the war was far from over. The ease with which he had plucked Damon's deepest fear from the ether and weaponized it was terrifying. "We cannot stay here," Kynthia said, her eyes scanning the path down the mountain. The camp below was still in chaos, but it was a chaos that would eventually find a new leader, a new purpose, most likely hunting them. "Where do we go?" Lykaon asked. He felt adrift. His home was gone. His quest for vengeance was complete, but the architect of his pain was still alive. And he was now shackled to a weapon that wanted to turn the entire world into a battlefield. Kynthia knelt beside him, producing a small hard biscuit and a water skin from her pouch. "Eat, drink. Your strength is not your own anymore. You must guard it." He took them numbly, the simple act of chewing an anchor to the real world. "We go south," she said after a moment, "across the Corinthian Gulf. We go to a place the Logothete's new order has not yet touched, a place where the old wounds of the world are still fresh." "What place?" "There is an island in the Saronic Ulf, a speck of rock called Aegina," she explained. "It was once a great power, a rival to Athens. But a generation ago, a plague sent by a vengeful god scoured it clean. The Athenians finished the job, enslaving the survivors. It is a cursed place, haunted and mostly abandoned. But the curse is old. The pain of that island is a deep power, a memory etched into the bones of the earth. The Logothete's logic is new. It is a thin veneer. It will not have taken root there. Tactical analysis, a defensible, low population location with minimal strategic value. A poor choice for a forward base. It is a place to hide, not to fight. "Why there?" Lykaon asked, ignoring the cold advisor in his head. "What will we find on a cursed island?" "A temple," Kynthia said, her gaze distant. "Not to Eris or Apollo, but to Aphaya, an ancient goddess of the island, a spirit of the fading light. Her priestesses were said to be able to see the threads that bind a weapon to its wielder. They knew the rituals of binding and of severing. The temple is in ruins, the cult long dead, but the knowledge may remain. If you are to master that spear, Lykaon, and not have it master you, you must understand the bond between you. You must learn its name, its history, its sorrows. On Aegina, we may find a way. A new hunt, a new trail to follow. The idea gave him a flicker of purpose that was his own. To understand the weapon, to truly make it his. That was a goal worthy of a hunter. He nodded, pushing himself to his feet. His body ached, but his resolve was hardening. South, then. He bent to retrieve the spear. As his fingers closed around the shaft, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of resentment. The weapon had offered him a perfect, clean victory, and he had rejected it for a messy, complicated, and exhausting alternative. He had denied its nature, and it had not forgotten. He slung the weapon onto his back, the cool bronze a familiar weight. He was its wielder for now. The descent from the heights of Parnassus was a quiet agony. Every step sent a jolt through Lykaon's abused leg, a dull, rhythmic reminder of his own mortality that stood in stark contrast to the divine, tireless power humming on his back. The world, freed from the Logothete's monolithic drone, was a cacophony of small, sharp sounds. The slide of scree under his boot, the rasp of Kynthia's breathing, the rustle of a lizard in the dry scrub. To Lykaon, each sound was a data point. The spear was constantly interpreting, feeding him information he didn't want. The lizard's path revealed a patch of unstable ground. The wind's direction told him their scent would carry for miles towards the coast. He saw the world as a web of potential ambushes and escape routes, a tactical map superimposed over the familiar landscape of his homeland. It was exhausting. Kynthia, though physically frail, was a pillar of spiritual endurance. She navigated the treacherous goat paths with a slow, deliberate rhythm, her staff finding purchase where the ground looked most treacherous. She did not speak often, but when she did, her words were meant to tether him. "The olive trees here are ancient," she remarked, gesturing with her chin to a grove of gnarled, silver-leafed trees. "They have seen gods walk and empires fall. They do not care for your spear, nor for the Logothete's machines. They simply endure. Remember that." He grunted in reply, the lesson landing somewhere between the cold analysis of the Logothete's ghost logic and the spear's impatient thrum. "They are flammable," the spear noted with disinterest. "Their root systems offer poor cover." They reached the coastal plains as the sun climbed towards its zenith, the heat of physical weight. The port town of Kira huddled by the glittering waters of the Gulf, a place that should have been bustling with the morning's catch and the loading of cargo. Instead, a strange and unsettling lethargy hung over it. No children ran along the docks, no merchants hawked their wares. There was only the gentle slap of water against wooden hulls and the low, scattered murmur of voices. As they entered the narrow, sun-baked streets, the source of the quiet became clear. The madness of the oracle had seeped down from the mountain and poisoned the town. A woman sat on her doorstep, meticulously sorting a pile of pebbles into patterns only she could see, her lips moving in silent recitation. Two fishermen, their nets forgotten in a heap beside them, were locked in a furious, whispered argument about whether the cry of a gull foretold a great catch or the sinking of their boat. A man stood on a rooftop, his arms outstretched, proclaiming to the empty sky that he was the new king of Corinth, his pronouncements punctuated by fits of weeping. "They are like newborn infants," Kynthia murmured, her face etched with pity. "Their eyes have been opened, but they have not yet learned how to see." Disorder, the Logothete's voice calculated in his mind. Social cohesion is compromised, an ideal environment for infiltration or destabilization. A single agent could seize control of this town in under a day. Prey, the spear hissed, its assessment far simpler. Weak, distracted, cowering. Lykaon pushed both voices down. He needed a boat, not a tactical assessment. They made their way to the stone quay, where a few dozen fishing vessels and small trading skiffs were moored. Most were deserted. A few had men sitting on their decks staring blankly at the horizon. They needed someone with enough of their mind intact to sail. He saw him at the far end of the quay, a man with broad shoulders and a thick, sun-bleached beard, methodically mending a tear in a heavy net. His movements were focused, efficient, a small island of purpose in an ocean of insanity. Hope flickered in Lykaon's chest. As they approached, the man looked up. His eyes were the color of the sea in a storm, and they were sharp, missing nothing. He noted Lykaon's Spartan cloak, Kynthia's priestess-like bearing, and his gaze lingered on the bronze spearhead that jutted over Lykaon's shoulder. His hands, which had been moving with such purpose, stilled. "What do you want?" The man's voice was a low rumble, like stones grinding together. "Passage," Lykaon said simply. "Across the gulf, to the south shore. We can pay." The fisherman, Nikos, laid his net-mending tool down with deliberate care. He stood, his height nearly matching Lykaon's. "I am not a ferryman, and I am not taking on passengers." "Everyone has a price," Lykaon stated. The spear liked that sentiment. It was the language of leverage. Nikos laughed, a short, bitter sound. "A price? You think silver is the only currency now, Spartan? The world is awash in a new coin. The gods are shouting in our heads. I saw you coming in a dream last night. I saw a wolf with a bronze tooth and an old crow on his shoulder, and where you walked, the sea turned to blood." "Dreams are just dreams," Kynthia said gently. "Not anymore, old mother," Nikos retorted, his stormy eyes fixed on her. "Now they are whispers of what's to come. The whispers tell me to stay on my mooring, to trust no one, especially not those who walk down from the mountain where the world broke." The negotiation had stalled. The spear offered its counsel, a surge of adrenaline and a clear vision of the fisherman's vulnerabilities. The boat's mast is poorly seated. A single powerful kick to the support brace would threaten to snap it. His fear for his livelihood will outweigh his fear of your dream. The Logothete's logic offered a different path. Analysis of his tunic and the wear on his vessel indicates a state of near poverty. The probability that a substantial financial offer will override his superstitious objections is 87%. Propose a sum 5 times the standard rate. Lykaon ignored them both. He looked at the man, at the tension in his shoulders, the deep lines of fear around his eyes. He was not a fanatic. He was a man trying to hold on to the last piece of solid ground he had left, his boat. "Your dream was not wrong," Lykaon said, his voice dropping. "I do carry a storm with me, but we are not the storm. We are trying to outrun it. The men who broke the world are still on that mountain. They will be coming down. And when they do, they will not be looking for passage.
They will be looking for soldiers, for boats. They will take your vessel and your life with it if you refuse." Nikos' jaw tightened. He glanced back towards the silent peaks of Parnassus. The logic was sound. "I am a hunter, not a soldier," Lykaon continued, stepping closer. He did not reach for a coin purse. He reached out and touched the mended net. The knots were tight, expertly tied. "You are a fisherman. You know the sea, its moods, its deceptions. But the sea you knew yesterday is gone. The new one, it whispers, doesn't it?" He let the spear guide his words, not with rage, but with a hunter's empathy, the ability to know his quarry's deepest fear. He could feel it radiating from Nikos, a new and profound terror of the very water that had been his life. Nikos flinched as if struck. How did you know?" he whispered. "Because I hear the whispers too," Lykaon said. "The spear tells me of every current, every reef, every place where a ship has sunk and the bones of its crew litter the seabed. It tells me that the great kraken of the legends are stirring in the deep. It tells me that the water is afraid." He held the fisherman's gaze. "I cannot silence the whispers for you, Nikos, but what the power I carry, the storm you saw in your dream, it is a power that the things in the deep will respect. The storm you should fear is the one that is coming for us. Sail with us, and our storm will shield you from all the others. We will pay you for your boat and your time, but we are offering you more than silver. We are offering you a safe harbor on the other side." It was a gamble, an appeal to a shared madness. For a long moment, Nikos stood frozen, the war of his visions and his reason playing out on his face. He looked at Lykaon, at the impossible weariness and the terrifying power warring in the hunter's eyes. He looked at his boat, his only possession. Then he looked out at the shimmering, whispering sea. He gave a sharp, shuddering nod. "Agina," he said, the word a surrender. "My brother had a wife there, before the plague. I know the currents. Be here before the dawn. The sea is quieter in the darkness." He turned away from them then, as if he could not bear to look at them any longer, and began to ready his small vessel for the open sea. The hours until dawn were a long, drawn-out purgatory. They found shelter in a half-collapsed net-mender shed on the edge of the quay, the air thick with the smell of old brine, tar, and the dust of ages. Kynthia sank onto a pile of discarded sails, her exhaustion so profound it seemed to have weight, pulling her small frame down towards the earth. Lykaon remained standing, a sentinel silhouetted against the open doorway, the spear of Eris resting against his shoulder. He could not rest. Sleep was a country whose borders were now closed to him. To close his eyes was to see the world through the spear's ravenous gaze. It showed him the town of Kira not as a collection of homes, but as a grid of tactical possibilities. It highlighted the structural weakness in the foundation of the wine merchant's shop, the festering resentment between two brothers over a perceived inheritance, the desperate fear of the woman sorting pebbles, a fear so sharp it was a hairline fracture in her sanity, ready to be shattered. The spear showed him how to break it all, how to turn every sorrow into a weapon, every weakness into a killing ground. It was a constant and seductive murmur of perfect, violent efficiency. He stepped out into the night, needing the clean salt air to scour the whispers from his mind.
The moon was a sliver of bone in a sky awash with more stars than he had ever seen. The Logothete's machine must have polluted the very air with its energies, and now, with it gone, the heavens were achingly clear. He gripped the spear's shaft, its dark wood smooth and cool beneath his palm. "It does not hate you." Kynthia's voice came from the darkness of the shed. She had moved to the doorway, a shadow within a shadow. "Do not make the mistake of thinking it has a mind like a man's. It is a force, like a river. A river does not hate the rock that stands in its way. It simply pushes against it, seeking the path of least resistance. You have chosen to be the rock, Lykaon. You must be stronger than the current." "How?" The word was a raw splinter of frustration. "It shows me how to win, always, perfectly." "It shows you how to end things," she corrected softly. "That is not the same as winning. Sit, here." She patted the dusty threshold beside her. He hesitated, then obeyed, placing the spear on the ground next to him. The moment it left his hand, a fraction of the tension in his shoulders eased. "Close your eyes," she instructed. "Do not fight the river. Let it flow past you. Find one thing in your mind that is not a weapon, one thing that is not a weakness, one thing that is simply yours, a memory, a feeling." He thought of his village. The spear immediately showed him its ashes, the tactical error of their watchmen. He pushed the image away. He thought of the hunt. The spear showed him the terror in an animal's final moments, the perfection of the killing blow. He gritted his teeth. What was left? What part of him had the spear not yet touched? He searched the barren landscape of his memory and found it. The smell of his mother's bread, fresh from the clay oven. A simple, uncomplicated warmth. A memory of being safe, of being fed. It had no strategic value. It was useless in a fight. It was his. He clung to that sensation, the phantom warmth, the scent of baked grain. The spear's insistent hum seemed to recede, not vanishing, but moving to the edge of his hearing, a predator that had lost interest in prey that refused to run. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was a small, quiet space in his own mind. They met Nikos in the deep, star-dusted dark before the dawn. The fisherman moved with a silent, grim purpose, casting off mooring lines, his face a mask of resolve. He did not speak to them, but gestured for them to board his small, sturdy vessel, the Alkyone. As Lykaon stepped onto the deck, the boat rocked, and the spear on his back seemed to hum in resonance with the deep, dark water beneath them. With a soft splash of oars, Nikos guided them out of the harbor. The mad town of Kira slipped away behind them, its silent rooftops like sleeping beasts. Once clear of the shallows, a tired-looking sail was raised, and it caught the night breeze, a soft thump as it filled. They were moving, a tiny, fragile shell of order on a vast, chaotic sea. For the first few hours, the journey was deceptively peaceful.
Nikos was a master of his craft, his hands sure on the tiller, his eyes constantly scanning the sail, the stars, the texture of the water. He was in his element, and the familiar work seemed to keep the new madness of the world at bay. Lykaon sat near the mast, the spear laid across his lap, forcing himself to focus on the memory of warm bread. Kynthia, wrapped in her cloak, seemed to doze. But as the last stars faded and a bruised gray light began to stain the eastern horizon, the sea changed. The surface remained calm, but the water itself seemed to darken, to thicken. The gentle rocking of the boat became erratic, as if they were passing over unseen, shifting shapes in the depths. "The currents are wrong," Nikos muttered, his knuckles white on the tiller. "They pull against each other. I have sailed this gulf my whole life. I have never felt this." Lykaon felt it too. The spear was a lodestone for the sea's new strangeness. It told him they were sailing over a graveyard of sunken triremes from a forgotten war. The phantom agony of the drowned men creating eddies in the water. It warned him of a place, miles to the north, where the water was boiling with no heat, a spot where a sea god's ancient curse was reawakening. Then the wind shifted, and it carried something with it. It was not a sound, not at first. It was a pressure in the mind, a silent, piercing note. Nikos gasped, his head snapping up. "Do you hear that?" Lykaon heard nothing with his ears, but the spear vibrated with a low, almost joyful intensity. It recognized this new force. It was a chorus of pure despair, a weaponized broadcast of grief. The psychic song grew stronger. It bypassed the ears and drilled directly into the soul. Lykaon saw Nikos's face go slack with horror, his eyes wide and unseeing. The fisherman began to tremble, his gaze fixed on the deck planks at his feet. "The wood, it's going to split," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Right there, a rogue wave. I can see it. It will break my leg. The boat will founder. I will watch the light fade from above as I sink." He was seeing his own death, not as a possibility, but as a memory of something that had already happened. He let go of the tiller. Kynthia cried out, a thin, pained sound. She clutched her head, her body curling in on itself. Lykaon could feel the wave of agony that was hitting her. The final, terrified thoughts of every sailor ever lost in this gulf. The grief of every widow who had ever stared out at an empty horizon. It was an ocean of sorrow, and she was drowning in it. The song washed over Lykaon, but it found a different reception. The spear thrilled to it. This was conflict in its purest form, the war of the mind against itself, the battle against utter hopelessness. It amplified the signal, wanting him to revel in it, to understand this new terrible music. It showed him flashes of his own potential dooms, impaled on a sanctioned spear, torn apart by a beast from the depths, growing old and weak and forgotten. He was seeing his own death, not as a possibility, but as a memory of something that had already happened. He let go of the tiller. Kynthia cried out, a thin, pained sound. She clutched her head, her body curling in on itself. Lykaon could feel the wave of agony that was hitting her. A final, terrified thoughts of every sailor ever lost in this gulf. The grief of every widow who had ever stared out at an empty horizon. It was an ocean of sorrow, and she was drowning in it. The song washed over Lykaon, but it found a different reception. The spear thrilled to it. This was conflict in its purest form, the war of the mind against itself, the battle against utter hopelessness. It amplified the signal, wanting him to revel in it, to understand this new terrible music. It showed him flashes of his own potential dooms, impaled on a sanctioned spear, torn apart by a beast from the depths, growing old and weak and forgotten. But he had his anchor, warm bread.
He clung to the simple, useless memory, a tiny point of light in the overwhelming darkness. He grabbed the tiller, steadying the boat as it began to drift. He looked at his companions, one catatonic with fear, the other incapacitated by empathy. The rock was not enough. The river was too strong. He could not just stand against it. He had to divert its course. He grabbed the spear. He would not use it to kill. He would not use it to create visions. He would use it, as Kynthia had said, to find the eye of the storm. He closed his eyes and let the psychic torrent flow into him through the conduit of the spear. He did not fight it. He followed it. He traced the lines of despair back to their source, a single, piercing point of transmission somewhere ahead of them in the gray mist of dawn. Then he drew upon the other poison in his soul. He reached for the cold, sterile logic of the Logothete, the part of him that saw things as systems, as equations. The siren's song was a chaotic, emotional broadcast. The Logothete's purpose was absolute, focused order. He would use one to counter the other. He stood on the deck of the small boat, the sail flapping uselessly, and he pointed the spear of Ares towards the unseen source. He did not project rage or silence. He projected a single, powerful, crystalline thought, a concept utterly alien to the sea's ancient sorrow. The equation must be solved.
He visualized the Logothete's machine, its perfect, rhythmic pulse, its dispassionate hum. He pushed that sterile, inhuman order outwards, a focused beam of pure logic into the heart of the psychic storm. For a moment, the two forces met and annihilated each other. The air crackled. Lykaon cried out as a searing pain shot up his arm, the spear growing hot as a forge coal. He was a circuit, and he was overloading, but he held on. The song of despair did not cease, but it faltered. It became discordant, its pure emotional wave corrupted by the static of cold logic. The overwhelming visions fractured, breaking apart into meaningless noise. Nikos blinked, shaking his head as if coming out of a trance. He looked at his hands, then at the tiller, his expression one of dazed disbelief. Kynthia's pained whimpers subsided into ragged, shallow breaths. Ahead, through the mist, Lykaon saw them. 3 barren, sea-worn spires of rock, jutting from the water like broken teeth. There were no creatures, no monsters. There was only the rock and the air around it, which shimmered and warped like heated glass. The 3 stone spires stood in stark silence, their surfaces slick with sea spray and an ancient, invisible residue of sorrow. The psychic shriek had vanished, but the air still felt thin and brittle, as if it had been screamed through. On the deck of the Lykaon, the silence was just as profound, broken only by the creak of the mast and the ragged sound of Kynthia drawing breath. Lykaon's arm felt as if it had been plunged into a fire and then frozen. The searing heat was gone, but a deep, cellular ache remained. He lowered the spear, its bronze head now cool to the touch, and leaned heavily against the mast, a wave of vertigo washing over him. The world swam in his vision, gray and indistinct. Nikos finally moved. He scrambled back to the tiller, his hands finding the familiar wood as a drowning man finds a raft. He stared at Lykaon, his storm-gray eyes wide with a terror that had curdled into something else, a deep, primal awe. He opened his mouth, but only a dry click emerged. He swallowed, licked his salt-caked lips, and tried again. What in the name of the deep gods are you? He is a man, Kynthia said, her voice weak but firm. She was pushing herself upright, her face pale and drawn. And he is tired. Keep us on our course, fishermen. The dawn is coming. Nikos's gaze flickered between the old woman and the warrior. The ingrained deference to a priestess warred with the stark evidence of his senses. A man did not do that, he whispered, gesturing with a trembling hand towards the rocks. That song, it was in my bones. It was showing me my grave. And he shouted back. The course, Nikos, Lykaon said, his voice a low rasp. The effort of speaking sent a spike of pain behind his eyes. He didn't have the strength for threats or persuasion. There was only the raw, undeniable fact of what had just happened. The fisherman stared for a moment longer. Then his survival instinct, honed by a lifetime at sea, took over. He was on a boat with a source of immense, terrifying power. The wisest course was to do as it said. He turned his attention to the sail and the tiller, his movements now jerky and uncertain, his eyes constantly darting back towards Lykaon as if expecting him to erupt into flame. The sun finally broke the horizon, spilling weak, watery light across the gulf. The sea's color returned, a deep, bruised purple that slowly softened to slate gray. As the light grew, so did Kynthia's strength. She unwrapped a small cloth from her pouch, revealing a piece of dried fish and a hard, dark loaf. She broke them, handing a portion to Lykaon. "You burned your own fuel to fight that fire," she said quietly. "You must replace it." He took the food, his stomach churning at the thought of it, but he ate. The simple act of chewing, of swallowing, felt grounding. With each bite, the world sharpened slightly. "Those rocks," he said, "what were they?" "A scar," Kynthia said, nibbling on her portion of fish. "A place of great sorrow, from a time before men learned to write. A fleet was lost there, betrayed by a false beacon. Thousands of men drowned in a single night. Their terror and despair soaked into the stone. The Logothete's machine kept such echoes quiet, smoothed them over. Now, all the old wounds of the world are opening again." Lykaon looked down at the spear lying beside him. He had fought an echo, a ghost of pain, by using the Logothete's ghost logic. He had poured one poison into another and created a momentary antidote. The thought was deeply unsettling. The part of him that had belonged to the machine was no longer just a whisper in his mind. He had actively wielded it. It was a tool, another weapon in his arsenal. "Efficiency," the Logothete's voice murmured, a faint echo of approval in his memory. "You identified two opposing chaotic systems and used one to negate the other. The methodology is sound." He felt a sudden, violent revulsion. He grabbed the spear, his knuckles white. He snarled to the empty air. Nikos flinched at the tiller. Kynthia merely watched him, her ancient eyes filled with a sad understanding. "No," she agreed, "you are not." He would have found a way to harness the sorrow, to turn those rocks into a permanent weapon. You merely shielded us. There is a difference, but the path you walk is a narrow one, Lykaon. On one side is the spear's fire, on the other, the machine's ice. You must find your own ground between them. The rest of the morning passed in a tense silence. They were making good time, the wind holding steady, pushing them south. But the sea itself remained hostile. Patches of water would suddenly grow slick and oily, their surface unnaturally calm, tugging at the hull and trying to pull them off course. At other times, strange, fleeting shapes would move in the depths below, too large, too fast for any fish Nikos had ever known. The fisherman sailed on, his face grim, his hand never leaving the tiller, a man sailing through the geography of a nightmare. It was near midday when the wind died. It did not taper off, it ceased, as if a great door had shut. The sail sagged with a sad sigh. The Alcyone slowed, then stopped, its momentum lost, leaving them adrift under a high, hazy sun. The water around them was the color of lead, and just as still. "No wind," Nikos said, stating the obvious. He scanned the horizon. There is no reason for it. A front should be coming from the west. Lykaon felt it before he saw it, a change in pressure, a subtle, cloying thickness in the air. The spear, which had been dormant, began to emit a low, steady hum, a vibration that traveled up his arm and settled in his teeth. It was a warning. "Look," Kynthia whispered, pointing over the side. The water was changing. It was losing its translucence, becoming murky, then opaque. A thick brown-green algae was blooming at an impossible rate, rising from the depths and spreading across the surface like a shroud. Within minutes, they were no longer floating on water, but trapped in a vast gelatinous mat of weed that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The boat was held fast, its hull gripped by the clinging vegetation. Nikos grabbed a long gaff hook and plunged it into the mass. He tried to push them off, his muscles straining. The hook sank into the weed with a wet, sucking sound, but the boat did not budge. "It is like tar," he grunted, heaving with all his might. The Alcyone groaned, but remained locked in place. Lykaon moved to the bow. The spear felt heavy, eager. It saw a physical problem that required a physical solution. It showed him a vision of himself, leaping into the weed, the spear a whirlwind in his hands, chopping and slicing a path clear. It would be a glorious, brutal struggle. "Inefficient," the Logothete's logic countered coolly. "The biomass is too vast. You would exhaust yourself in an hour for a gain of 50 paces. The core of the problem must be identified." "This is not natural," Kynthia said, her hand resting on the gunwale as she stared into the thick, soupy mass. "It feels hungry." As if in answer to her words, a section of the weed 20 paces from the boat began to bubble. A pale, fleshy stalk, thick as a man's thigh, rose slowly from the mire. It was followed by another and another, until a dozen of them were swaying gently in the still air. At the tip of each stalk, a bulbous purple pod pulsed with a faint inner light. Nikos stared, his face ashen. "The Lernen bloom," he breathed. "My grandfather told stories, a weed that grew from the Hydra's blood spilt in the swamp. He said it strangled ships and dragged them down to feed on the bones of the crew." The pods on the stalks began to swell. A low, guttural thrumming filled the air, the vibration traveling through the hull of the boat. It was a sound of digestion, of growth, of immense, mindless appetite. The weed around the boat began to tighten its grip, the wood groaning under the pressure. They were being crushed. The spear sang in Lykaon's hands, a high, piercing note of joy. The Hydra, this was a foe it remembered, an old and worthy hatred. It demanded to be unleashed, to taste the blood of its ancient enemy's spawn.
The rage that flooded Lykaon was not his own. It was a god's fury, billions of years old, and it was glorious. He raised the spear, his muscles bunching, ready to give in, to become the storm. "Wait," Kynthia's voice cut through his bloodlust. "Look at the roots, not the flowers." He blinked, forcing the red haze from his vision. He followed her pointing finger. Below the surface of the thick weed, he could see them, a vast interconnected network of thicker, darker tendrils, all pulsing with the same rhythm, all leading away from the boat in a single direction. The flowers were a distraction. The brain, the heart of the organism, lay elsewhere.
He closed his eyes, ignoring the spear's simple demand for slaughter. He focused, using its preternatural senses, not to find a throat to slit, but to follow the threads. He felt the vast, sluggish consciousness of the weed, a simple, primal hunger. And he felt the nexus, the point where it was all controlled. It was 100 paces off the starboard bow, a knot of biological energy deep beneath the slime. He opened his eyes. He knew what to do. It was not the spear's way. It was not the Logothete's way. It was a hunter's way. "Nikos," he said, his voice tight with concentration. "Do you have a harpoon, a heavy one, with a long rope?" The fisherman stared at him, then at the pulsing flowers, which were now beginning to split open, revealing rows of needle-like thorns inside. He nodded dumbly and scrambled to a storage locker, pulling out a heavy, iron-tipped whaling harpoon with a thick coil of rope attached. Lykaon took it. The harpoon felt dead and clumsy in his hands compared to the living weapon on his back, but it would serve. He planted his feet, the deck of the Lykaon his patch of solid ground in a world gone mad. He tied the thick rope from the harpoon to the shaft of the spear, just below the celestial bronze head. The knot was a hunter's knot, one that would not slip. He hefted the combined weapon, the spear's divine weight and the harpoon's crude iron mass felt alien together, a union of God and man, of myth and toil. "Kynthia!" he shouted, not taking his eyes from the target he could not see but knew was there. "When I throw, tell Nikos to be ready to cut the line." He ignored the pulsing flowers, the groaning of the hull, the sheer overwhelming presence of the monstrous weed. He shut out the spear's bloodthirsty song and the Logothete's cold calculations. He focused on that single point beneath the slime, the nexus he had sensed. He was not a warrior about to charge an army, nor a machine solving a problem. He was a hunter, standing before a deep pool, waiting for the Leviathan to show itself. He drew upon the power of the spear, but he did not ask for its rage. He asked for its force. He pulled on its divine essence not as a storm, but as a lightning bolt, a single directed purpose. His muscles coiled, his body a bowstring drawn taut. The air around the bronze spearhead began to crackle, a faint blue corona of energy involving it. He roared, a sound that was all his own, and threw. The harpoon did not fly so much as it was pulled, dragged through the air by the divine momentum of the spear. It struck the surface of the weed 100 paces out with a sound like a thunderclap, plunging deep into the morass, the rope unspooling with a hiss behind it. For a moment, nothing happened.
Then Lykaon released the power. He did not let the spear go. He held its shaft, the rope a conduit, and he pushed. He channeled a concentrated blast of pure divine energy down the line, a focused shockwave of Eris's will. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The water where the harpoon had struck erupted, not with a splash, but with a silent, concussive blast of green and black light. The entire vast mat of the Lernaean bloom convulsed as one. The fleshy stalks writhed, the flowers spasming open and then imploding into clouds of foul-smelling spores. The low digestive thrumming rose to a single high-pitched scream of agony that vibrated through the water, the hull, and their bones. The network of roots, the creature's heart and nervous system, had been cauterized from within. The grip on the Lykaon slackened. The thick, living weed began to break apart, turning gray and dissolving into a lifeless sludge. "Nikos, now!" Kynthia cried. The fisherman, jolted from his stunned terror, scrambled for a blade and hacked at the taut rope. The line snapped, and the Lykaon was free, floating in a spreading circle of clear water in a sea of dying monster. A breeze, as if finally liberated, stirred the air and nudged the sail. They were moving again. They reached the shores of Aegina as the sun began its descent. The island rose from the sea, a place of stark, melancholic beauty. Black volcanic sand formed the beaches, and the hills were dotted with skeletal, plague-blighted olive groves and the stark white bones of abandoned farmsteads. The air was still and heavy, not with malice, but with a profound and ancient sadness. It was a place that had already suffered all it could, and now simply endured in the silence. Nikos beached the Lykaon in a secluded cove. He did not look at Lykaon, but at Kynthia, his face pale. "I will go no further," he said. It was not a refusal, but a statement of fact. "This place, the whispers are different here. They are quiet, sad. I can live with sad." Lykaon pulled a small, heavy purse from his belt, the last of his family's wealth. He pressed it into the fisherman's hand. "For your passage and your courage." Nikos looked at the coins, then back at Lykaon. He finally met the hunter's eyes. "Courage," he scoffed, though without heat. "I was terrified. But you are more terrifying than the sea. May the gods have mercy on whatever you are hunting." He gave a short, final nod and began the work of securing his boat, a man determined to build a new life on the shores of a dead island. The temple of Aphaea was high in the hills, a ruin of crumbling colonnades open to the sky. It overlooked the Saronic Gulf, a lonely, wind-scoured sentinel.
At the heart of the sanctuary, where a great statue must once have stood, was a mosaic floor, miraculously preserved. It depicted a warrior, her face a blank oval, holding a spear aloft as lightning struck it from a cloudless sky. "The priestesses are gone, the rituals are dust," Kynthia said, her voice soft in the hollowed quiet. "But the power of a place remains." This was a site of bonding, of understanding the nature of a weapon's soul. The final trial was always the same, to see oneself not as the wielder, but as a reflection of the weapon's purpose. She pointed to the warrior's blank face. In its center was a small, circular inlay of polished black obsidian, smooth and dark as a frozen pool. "See yourself, Lykaon, and see the truth." He stepped onto the mosaic, the spear held loosely in his hand. He looked down at the obsidian mirror. He saw his own reflection, grime-streaked, weary, his eyes haunted. Then the reflection flickered. He was no longer in the temple. He stood on an infinite gray plain under a starless sky. Before him stood two figures, both of them him. One was forged of crystalline light, its movements precise, its eyes cold with inhuman logic. It held a sword that was a sliver of pure, focused thought, the Logothete's ghost. The other was a beast of shadow and fire, its muscles knotted with rage, its eyes burning with the lust for battle. It held the spear of Ares, which pulsed with a dark, furious light. "Your chaos is an error," the crystal Lykaon stated. "Submit to the equation. We will bring order." "Your logic is a cage," the shadow Lykaon roared. "Submit to the fury. We will bring victory." They both turned their gaze on him. "Choose," they commanded in unison. Lykaon looked from one to the other. He felt the pull of them both, the cold, seductive certainty of the machine, and the hot, glorious release of the god. They were the paths Kynthia had warned him of, the fire and the ice. And he knew, with a clarity that was entirely his own, that to choose either was to lose. He did not raise the spear in his hand. He lowered it, resting its butt spike on the gray ground. He looked at his two warring souls. "No," he said, his voice quiet but absolute. "You do not command me. I am not your asset. I am not your vessel. You are parts of me. The mind that calculates the path of the arrow, the heart that beats faster when the prey is near. You are my tools, and you will serve my purpose." He was Lykaon, the hunter. The hunter was not just logic, nor was he just rage. He was patience. He was cunning. He was the silent weight in the undergrowth, the knowledge of the terrain, the empathy for his quarry's fear, and the final, regretful necessity of the kill. He took a step forward, and the two figures wavered. "I am the eye of the storm," he said, Kynthia's words now his own truth. "And you will both find your place in the calm." He held out his empty hand, not in aggression, but in command. The crystal figure dissolved into a stream of cold blue light that flowed into his mind, settling not as a voice, but as a quiet, orderly filing of knowledge. The shadow beast let out a final defiant roar before collapsing into a river of fire that poured into his heart, becoming not a burning rage, but a deep, steady well of strength. The vision shattered. He was back in the temple, kneeling on the mosaic. The setting sun bathed the ruins in a gentle, golden light. He looked down at the spear of Ares in his hand. It was silent. The predatory hum, the psychic roar, the constant whispers, all gone. It felt like a part of his own arm, perfectly balanced, powerful, but obedient. It waited. Kynthia was smiling, tears tracing paths through the dust on her cheeks. "The bond is forged," she whispered, "not as a master and slave, but as equals." A shadow fell over them. It was sharp and sudden, blotting out the sun. Lykaon was on his feet in an instant, the spear no longer a burden, but a seamless extension of his will. Kynthia gasped. Descending from the sky was a single figure, encased in smooth gunmetal gray armor that seemed to absorb the light. It had no wings, no visible means of propulsion, but hovered silently, its descent controlled and perfect. It landed without a sound on the far side of the mosaic. Its helmet was a featureless slate, but a single, pulsing red lens glowed in its center. "Contingency protocol initiated," a voice spoke, but it came from everywhere and nowhere at once, a synthesized, dispassionate tone. It was the Logothete. "The asset has proven unstable. The weapon is uncalibrated. Both will be decommissioned and retrieved for analysis." This was not a soldier like Damon. This was the Logothete's final argument. The Praetorian, a perfect warrior, guided by a perfect machine mind. "You lost your prize, machine," Lykaon said, his voice calm. "It is mine now." "A flawed conclusion based on incomplete data," the Logothete replied through his proxy. "You are a biological variable. I am the constant. The outcome is predetermined." The Praetorian moved. It did not charge, it flowed, closing the distance with an impossible, frictionless grace. A blade of energized, shimmering air extended from its forearm. It struck, a flurry of blows so precise and fast they were a blur. Lykaon met them. He did not try to match the machine's inhuman speed. He did not give in to the spear's desire to meet force with overwhelming force. He moved like a hunter in his own territory. He used the crumbling pillars for cover, the uneven ground to his advantage. The cold logic in his mind analyzed the Praetorian's attack patterns, identifying repeating algorithms in its flawless technique. The fire in his heart gave him the strength and speed to parry, to dodge, to endure. But his will, his hunter's soul, guided the fight. He was being driven back, the Praetorian's relentless, perfect assault, leaving no room for error. It could not be tired, it could not be intimidated, it could not make a mistake. It sees the world as an equation, Lykaon thought, his lungs burning, so give it a variable it cannot solve. He fell back towards the cliff edge, overlooking the sea. The Praetorian pressed its attack, its red lens glowing brighter, sensing the kill. It lunged, a final, perfect thrust aimed at Lykaon's heart. Its internal calculations showed a 100% probability of success. At the last possible second, Lykaon did not parry or dodge. He threw the spear, not at the Praetorian, but straight up into the air. The move was utterly illogical. It was a disarmament. The Praetorian's logic processors stuttered for a nanosecond, re-evaluating the new nonsensical data. In that single frozen moment of machine incomprehension, Lykaon dropped and spun, sweeping the Praetorian's legs out from under it with a brutal human kick. The perfect warrior, its balance compromised, stumbled. Its own forward momentum carried it over the cliff edge. It did not scream. It simply fell, a silent gray shape tumbling into the churning sea below. Lykaon stood, breathing heavily, and held out his hand. The spear of Eris, its arc complete, fell from the sky and slapped perfectly into his waiting palm. A final faint whisper seemed to echo on the wind, the last broadcast of the dying Praetorian. Illogical. And then silence, a true, deep quiet, broken only by the wind and the waves. The war, for now, was over. He turned to Kynthia. The old woman looked out at the mainland, where the first stars were beginning to appear over a world now free, for better or worse, of the Logothete's control. "The machine is broken," she said, "but the world is still in chaos. The old gods are stirring. New monsters will be born from the madness. The oracle screams, and men will try to interpret its words for their own gain. They will need a guide, a protector." Lykaon looked down at the spear of Eris. It was no longer the lost spear. It had been found. It was no longer a god's rage or a machine's prize. It was his responsibility. He was no longer just the boy whose family had been murdered. He was the hunter who had stared into the eyes of logic and fury and had not blinked. "The world is a wilder place now," he said, his voice imbued with a new, quiet authority. "It will need a hunter." He stood on the edge of the world, the last light of the sun on his face, the silent spear in his hand. He was the wolf of Sparta, the eye of the storm, a man who had claimed a god's weapon not to conquer the world, but to defend its wild, chaotic, and beautiful heart. And his watch was just beginning.